Welcome everyone to the town of Scarborough, Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 workshop. This is a joint workshop with the Board of Education. And we're here to discuss the fiscal year 2025 municipal and school budgets. So appreciate all of you being here this evening. Let's do a quick round of introductions for those here. We'll start with Diane.
Hi, I'm Diane Netto. I'm the Assistant Superintendent here in Scarborough.
Hi, I'm Fairla Trepanian. I'm on the Board of Education and I'm on the Finance Committee for the Board of Ed. I want to wait.
I am Shannon Lynch. I'm on the school board chair.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Gammon. I'm the chair of the finance committee on the school board and I have laryngitis. I know.
John Kelleher. Board. And moving to safe distance.
There you go.
Jillian, you want to say hi real quick?
Hi.
Jillian Beanie House School Board.
I appreciate all of you coming this evening. So we thought we'd kick off this discussion. I'm actually going to ask Councillor Anderson as the chair of our finance committee to kind of help lead some of this discussion. And also just a special thanks to all of those serving on finance, Councillor Cushing, Councillor Shoup, who unfortunately can't be here tonight. And then of course from the school board side, which is school board member Carolyn Gammon. Jillian, you're on, no, who's your other finance? Fairla Trepanian. Thank you very much. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I can provide a quick kind of overview where we are and, how we've gotten to this particular point. And then just, have some conversation, especially with the council and the board in terms of what are our next steps and where do we want to go. Next week is the meeting where it's the town council finance committee kind of takes all the latest information, this conversation, what we are going to hear at the public hearing tonight, and ultimately come forward at our next council meeting with a recommendation for the budget for second read. So we started at a point where both the town and the school offered a 6.4% net budget increase, where we set a goal for 5%. That included the use of fund balance, which we heard from council was something we may not want to use or need to figure out how we use that and apply that to our goal. So through the process, we've been meeting with all of the town departments, the school. We've had roundtables, 4 roundtables with different residents to kind of hear their perspective. And through the work that the finance committee on both the town and the school side have done, we set a goal to kind of reduce 2.2 million. That 2.2 million could be achieved through various ways. It could be through just general adjustments, which typically happen during this time frame anyways, as we sharpen the pencils. Certain data comes in later after the proposals being submitted that we just kind of get some nice surprises along the way. In addition, on the town side, we've worked a lot to look at the use of TIF funds and make sure that we're applying those appropriately to, where we can to the operating budget, but make sure that we're applying it to the appropriate investment areas that we think are important. Through all the work and the conversations at this point, again, we set a $2.2 million adjustment goal, about 1.4 million to the school side, about 800,000 to the town side. At this point, at least what was in the packet, the school was around 1.1 million to get to the goal, and the town had gotten to close to $1 million. So we're at a total of 2.1 million in adjustments at this point. In the packet, there's information that kind of says the lower we go and where we get to and whether we use fund balance or not. It helps to kind of give an indication of what that means in terms of the mill rate for the budget. And again, at this point, we're kind of hovering without using fund balance around the goal, and which would be a mill rate of $11.13, I think. And then, the question, if we apply that fund balance, that would get us closer to annual budget of our net budget of 3.76%, which would create a mill rate of $11.01. So, since the finance committee met and since our last meeting, we had the assessor come and talk a little bit about the broader impacts that are happening to taxpayers this year. And I know that's top of mind for everyone, because I think we knew there was going to be an impact because of the reval and because of the state program going away, both which are out of control of any of our hands at this workshop. But, you know, those numbers are something I think all of us are kind of thinking about with the budget being the only thing in our control. Even though we set a goal originally to be 5%, do we need to come in lower? Do we need to do better given the unique circumstances of this year? But before we kind of have that conversation, I think we should acknowledge the fact that both the school and the town side came in with a really good first budget. I think if we didn't have the reval and the loss of the senior state tax program, I feel like this process would be very easy because we would have come in at a 3.77% mill rate increase, which would have been the same we had last year. So I think I just want to acknowledge the tough choices that were made to get us to that proposal and the tough choices that have been made to get us to kind of that 2.1 reduction. And hopefully, thanks to continuing to help us get to wherever we feel like we need to go as a body. In my opinion, you know, coming into this, while 2.2 million was our initial target to get to goal, I think just taxes aside and impact to residents, I think we can get to 3 million. I think that feels like a reasonable goal in terms of adjustments. There's different ways we could get there. And in addition to that, you know, if we had then got there and applied fund balance, we would essentially have a no mill rate increase because of the budget this year. It would only be the impact from the revals that residents would experience, which for those watching, if you like the average of what we anticipate the tax increase would be due to the shift in the reval from commercial to residential is 4.75%. So that would be what most residents in Scarborough would see. Unfortunately, for the seniors who participated in the state program that got repealed, they would probably experience more like an 8.75% because of the change in value that their homes would get taxed on between FY23 and FY25. So that's about to 1,800 residents in Scarborough that I know is top of mind for everyone. So that's my preamble. Thank you for everybody for your work to this point. You know, I had 4 questions for the council that I shared just as what I think the finance committee really needs to understand as we do our final recommendations, because we want to make sure it's, you know, something that most people, or hopefully everybody, but most can agree to. I know there's some things that we all have different opinions on. It's not going to be perfect, but I think if we can focus on those things, I think that would be great. And really, the first question is around use of fund balance. And again, the finance committee elected to not necessarily use fund balance to get to a budget target, but really reserve the right to use fund balance to really offset the reval impact. So we've said throughout the process, let's kind of put that aside. But when we get to the second reading, we will have to make the decision as a body. Do we want to apply the $1 million of fund balance? So with that, I'll just open it up for perspectives, discussion.
Thanks, Councilor Anderson. Appreciate it. Any questions, comments so far? Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, this is not going to be any news, but I know we've had extensive conversations about fund balance and the use of fund balance and so forth. You know, we even had an opinion from our bond salesman on this matter. The fund balance really is not intended to be used goals and budgets or to offset you know, cost reductions that might otherwise have to come from operating expenses from the school and also from the town. It's a reserve. It's supposed to be there for us to save when we need it, when we're in a situation where there is an economic downturn or there's something where we have an emergency that may not have been foreseen, and then that's, you know, that's intended, the main purpose for, you know, it. The idea that we would lead off with that and then, you know, try to use that as the lever for getting to a lower number in the budget is just for me, it doesn't work. And I think the basic issue is that we are not operating as a council viewing taxes. as the public's money, okay? We're viewing that as our money, or the town manager is viewing that as his money. Or, you know, we're really not understanding our role. We are here to protect the public and to protect the viability of our town operations and our school operations. But at the end of the day, taxes are, you know, are the public's money. And I don't think that we began the process with that in mind. We certainly adjusted it in view of the impact that's going to affect 1,800 people who, you know, had money basically taken away because of, you know, reduction in the homestead benefit. And those are folks who, you know, many of whom have worked their entire lives to save enough money to buy their houses, to pay off their mortgages, to put their kids through school. The same thing that everyone is dealing with now, who may be in an earlier stage of life. So the fact that we are leading off, understanding that this group is going to have a dramatic impact, it just doesn't make sense to me at all that we would be going back and forth and using fund balance, you know, as a lever. The other point I'm going to make is that it's not the duty of the council to do reporting. It's not the duty of the council to review financials. That's the duty of the town manager and the director of finance. So when I had a comment the other week where I was told, go look up the numbers, that's really not what we expect. What we expect is we want to make sure that we are looking at operating detail in a form that we can make leadership decisions. And I feel that we need to remind ourselves of that process.
So I just want to reframe my question just to make sure everybody can, because that was a lot of other things that you brought up, Counselor Hamel. Do we want to apply the $985,000 and over collected overlay to the 4.75% average reval increase as a means to try and reduce that? So not for the budget, but specifically, this is taxpayer money that we over collected. To Counselor Hamel's point, there is, you know, probably some different views that are subjective on, you know, the usage in terms of, is this year an emergency year? Where again, people weren't anticipating this because of really an economic situation. So really, where is each counselor in terms of usage of that as a means to help taxpayers this year have a lower tax impact overall?
My answer to that would be a no.
Yours is a no.
Just want to make sure that
Yeah.
there's no confusion.
I wrote down no.
Counselor Seiler.
I am in favor of using the money from fund balance. I don't feel, I was in favor of using it out of the gate. I understand the points that Counselor Hamel makes. I just view our relationship to that money a little differently, I think, because it is taxpayer money. And so my perception is it's taxpayer money that was collected, and I don't see any reason to not give it back. But I do think that we're having this kind of conversation where words like crisis are being used, and, you know, the uniqueness of the reval and all of these things. And so I think this is an appropriate time to look at that fund balance and use that fund balance and apply it. So to answer your question, I'm a yes. At some point during the workshop, I would also appreciate just a very brief overview of the reductions that were made to this point for the public who doesn't necessarily read every page of the packet. I think that would be really helpful to hear, you know, not in detail, but just kind of
Yep.
how we got to where we are.
I will do that as the next.
Perfect, thank you.
After we get through the fund balance.
Counselor Cushing.
Thank you. Not sure where to begin. Fund balance, I guess that was the first question. My thought about fund balance is it's the second question, not the first question. The first question is what meaningful cuts are we going to make, and how far can we go without depending on that fund balance? And my view of that is that it is an additional $3.3 million split between the school and the town, about 1.1 to 1.3. And when we do that, that will bring us down to a mill rate increase of 98 cents. That's not bad. And in my view, we can get to that number. And then if we wish to apply the fund balance to bring that mill rate increase to zero, that would be the equivalent of giving money back to the taxpayers. And that is a separate question. So if I get confused, and I can't imagine somebody sitting out there trying to evaluate their tax bill, hearing about fund balance, in kitchen table math, this is, hey, this is what we can afford for our vacation. But if we go out of operating cash, but if we go to the savings account, we can fly first class. Okay, that's kind of what we're discussing here.
Mhm.
So the first question is, what kind of vacation can we afford? Okay, and the second question is, do we want to fly first class? That's as simple as I can make it. And so the debate and discussion should be, when I look at the cuts to date and I see positions added back in the cutting and that sort of thing, I think to myself, I'm not sure that that the message has really been received as much as I want to receive it, which is to say, I'd like to see a little bit of hurt here. Okay.
Can I?
No, you can't. Okay. I'm laying it out exactly as I see it on one vote, and I'll refer back to the chair.
Okay,
Quick question, could I ask you to clarify something real quick? When you threw out a couple numbers and you said something about 3.3 million, is that what I heard? Is that, well, are you talking about in total, from what I understand, we're at about 2.1, $2.2 million already in adjustments since the first reading. Are you saying that that number should have been 3.3? And that we still have, in your opinion, 1.1 million more to go-ish? Is that what you, okay, I just wanted to clarify. Some of your numbers.
It's a total of 3.3 that would get us to a budget of 82,913,336.
Thank you. for
Right,
clarifying that. I just wanted to-
evaluation is about $1 in mill rate.
Yeah, and
Just for the, from a budgetary.
Chair, I want to let you know that I'm just going to finish the question on this side and then I'll kick it back over to you.
Yeah, and just for the council, like, at this point, the way the numbers are looking in the packet, if we wanted to get to a 0% budget, that is a $4 million adjustment from
Thank you.
where we are, or what was originally proposed, and where we need to get to if we wanted a 0% increase. So to Councilor Cushing, your point, if we got the budget down to 3.3 and then applied all 985, it would actually probably be a reduction with that extra $300,000. So that's just, again, if that's what happens, if that's what the council wants to do, then that would be the impact. It would actually be decreasing that 4.75% to probably something slightly lower.
Thanks, Councilor Henderson. Councilor Kettering.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. This is not my first rodeo on this stuff. I'm a little amazed to hear a counselor think that the town council has no input on budgets, if I heard him correctly, but that's okay. I see me as where the buck stops. That's what one of the things we were elected to do was to set a budget for the town. The town manager, the finance director, and others, schools, well, whomever, come up with numbers that they would like to see. It's up to us as the council to make the final decision as to what that budget number will be and what the mill rate will be. So I just wanted to clear that up in case anyone caught it, or maybe I'm misunderstanding and my hearing aids aren't working correctly. But that being said, I also feel very strongly that the fund balance is taxpayer money. And it really amazes me when I hear people who are concerned about taxes and money that the taxpayer spends, that when people talk about going into fund balance or reserves or whatever it may be on whatever level, some people freak out. The same people who are concerned about paying too many taxes are concerned about taking money out of taxpayer money to give back to the taxpayers. So you know, as long as it's not causing a deficit or causing issues with the percent of borrow, you know, what we can get, pay for interest on bond borrowing and the other, elements that are involved with the fund balance, then use it. That's what it's there for. So I support using the fund balance and, yeah, it's up to us as the council. We have the final say, not the town manager, not the finance director. I'm sorry, not the school board either, but it's us.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Katarina. So I'm going to synthesize that. You would be comfortable using the fund balance? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep some notes. Counselor Anderson, I don't think you've weighed in.
Yeah, I can, so, you know, the caution of using fund balance is that what our debt rating agencies would say based on our percentage, to Counselor Katarina's point. So that's the caution, as well as using fund balance this year does have a consequence on next year's budget that we would need to be mindful of when we set next year's budget goal. So that way we're normalizing for that use, so that when we say what we want next year's goal to be, we have to essentially add that back in to make sure that we're starting with 985 in the hole, essentially, for whatever our goal is. So I'm going into this very cognizant of those consequences. But I think those are worth it this year, given the tax increases that residents are seeing. And the work that the Finance Committee explored because of the Higas Parkway receivable that we are paying ourselves back for. We're positioned well to end this year at a 1.79%, which is above our policy target. So what happens by policy after we go over that 12%, that money goes, it specifically says in the policy, either it goes in a reserve account for capital or it goes back to taxpayers. And that end result, based on the estimate, means $700,000 come the end of this budget year, we're gonna have to put in reserves or give back to taxpayers. So I feel confident that our fund balance position is gonna be healthy. And really using the 985 this year that we've been holding on to, that is an overlay, which is for folks, overlay is where the assessor kind of sets aside money for when he needs to give money back to people if he's over assessed and has to pay them back. So that money that we've been setting aside has been specifically for assessment reasons. We're in an assessment year, there's challenges. So to me, it just really makes sense to use it. We will still be within our policy target using it. We'll be at a little over 11%. Just as a reminder, our policy target is to be 10%. So we're meeting our fiscal policy by supporting this. We're giving money back to taxpayers to help them in a stressful year. We're not putting ourselves at significant risk from the bond rating agencies. This is one metric of many metrics that they look at. What matters most is, can we pay our bills? And so we can pay our bills, and so we're in a good position. So in my mind, using fund balance is important, but I would just want to make sure next year when we set goals, we can't forget this, and we have to make sure we account for this in next year's budget goal.
Counselor Hamel, I'm gonna go because I haven't had a chance. to
Oh,
weigh
fine.
in.
Sorry about that.
And then I would like to school board to also just kind of weigh in since they've had their hand up too. So thank you for that, Counselor Anderson. I probably align a little bit more closely here with Counselor Cushing in the sense that I do believe that this is an available lever to us. I don't want it to ever be used as a standard budget operating procedure. But using the information that we have from Counselor Anderson saying that we are hitting financial goals, and one of the options is to return this back to taxpayers. I don't think that's a bad decision. It is their money. And so what I would prefer to see happen here is we get this budget to a spot where we would like it to be comfortably without any fund balance being used. And then at the end, decide whether or not we can knock it down more, returning taxpayer money to the taxpayers. Then that would be my preference of approach. So that said, I am not opposed to the use of fund balance in this situation. However, I think this situation at the end of the day will dictate how I feel about the use of that fund balance.
Mhm.
That's fair. Okay. Or Chair Lindstrom.
Thank you. Quite a few things. First off, I do not see this process at all between our two bodies as adversarial, and I don't want it to appear so on the surface. But I am going to ask to reset what we were just talking about. This is not the equivalent of a first-class trip and a vacation. This is the equivalent of having, if we're talking about a home budget, this is the equivalent of having your operating budget and then creating a rainy day emergency fund. That is a much better, nobody is taking a first-class vacation, that I can assure you. I mean, I shouldn't speak for Tom, but I can most assuredly speak on our behalf. There is not a soul taking a first-class vacation over here at this side of the table. And I'm really dismayed to hear a statement said that I want to see some hurt in this. This is a very painful process for everyone. Everyone on this side of the table is very aware of the challenges that are faced by our community members. This is a difficult, challenging year. What we are trying to do here is operate a school efficiently. So when we are coming to you with things like a roof repair, so that our high school building doesn't fall into disrepair, once again, that's not a first-class vacation. And that's not anybody taking a gilded brush to the school. What we're trying to do is operate our schools in a very, very challenging period of time. So I just want to reset this expectation right now. We are very fortunate, quite frankly. I'm going to give all the kudos to Jeff and Diane and Kate that we are in the position we are in this year. We are not falling off of a fiscal cliff like other districts around us because they have very mindfully managed the money from COVID over the last 3 years so that we don't have a massive differential between what we're asking for and what we need. So I just would like us to kind of sit with that a little bit as we're considering this. There is not a lot of fluff in here. Yes, I understand. I came into this, I mean, full transparency, I came into this expecting to hear you say we need to make cuts, and I get that. We did ask, there is an ask in here, or an adjustment for $585,000 in school impact fees. We also, amongst us, discussed the use of fund balance and impact fees and if it was appropriate or not, and is it appropriate for operating expenses? And ultimately where I landed is this felt like a good use of the money because they are one-time expenses. We're not asking for the 585 for a continuing operating expense. We're asking for it for the money to help progress the school project. And we're asking for 85, that's 500,000, and 85,000 is to build the vestibules, the safety vestibules at 2 of the schools. So those didn't feel like something that was ongoing. So that to me feels like a good use of that money.
So with that, I think it's probably good to,
One at a time, please. Yeah.
Since those comments appeared to be addressed to me, may I briefly respond? First of all, Shannon, I did not mean to compare what you were doing to a vacation. I was using a metaphor, trying to put this thing in simple kitchen table terms without any inference or comparison to the school. So I apologize for making sense that I might think that what you're all doing equates to a vacation. Really trying to explain where the fund balance needs to sit in priorities of the discussion. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Christian.
Yeah.
Councilor Anderson.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think because Counselor Scyther asked and Shannon brought up a really good example of what's been getting us closer to our goal. Perhaps we pull up real quick in the packet, kind of where we are, and maybe Tom, you can talk briefly to the town side, and Jeff or Diane or Kate, maybe you can talk to the school side and kind of where we are, or anybody on the school side who would like to talk to that.
Yeah, Liam, I'm not sure if you can make that any larger. I do apologize. There's a fair amount of detail on this page. These materials were in the packet, so I encourage folks to certainly look at them there. Essentially, this is an overview of the areas we've traveled so far through the Finance Committee, and this intends, and I think it does capture all the different adjustments. We've categorized them on the top by the school, and Liam has this down on the bottom of the page with the town portion. Essentially, For both the town and school, of course, we have operating and capital expenses, and so we've broken them out in those two pieces. I won't go through each of these, but you'll see there's about $690,000 in adjustments on the operating side. And that's a combination of reductions in expenditures, additions in revenue, in some cases, essentially on the operating side. And then down below in capital, there's another $317,000 in different adjustments. Those are essentially all as a result of different funding mechanisms for capital projects. So all in, there's just over $1 million in adjustments on the town side. I would note, I don't know exactly, but Finance Committee did give both town and school some fairly specific directions in terms of dollar targets to hit, and I'm quite sure I exceeded mine. I don't frankly know how much.
$200,000. Thank
There you
you.
go. Thank you. But we are in this together. Obviously, we
Mhm.
collectively need to reach our goals. So with that, I'll let the school introduce their side. There's also a more detailed attachment, the third and fourth pages in the packet. So Kate, I'm not sure if you want to speak to these.
It's at this
Getting a lot of like.
the legal size one.
Little waves here. Coming towards a,
Would it be easier for you to go off your form?
Doug's got it on his laptop here.
We'll pull up another chair.
Yeah, so the form that Liam's showing here, it's just a different presentation. This is Kate's method of tracking. The numbers on my form, I think, track exactly right. They might just.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say, I appreciate Norm. He has exactly what I have here, just with a little less narrative, because you know, I'm a wordy person, so the essential elements of what you're looking at here are reductions that we made to what we call items in motion. We've all heard that phrase before of when we go out for first reading, we have estimates based on what we know at the time, and when those estimates are confirmed, or those numbers are confirmed between first and second reading, we make those adjustments. So that first little segment is reductions in turnover savings versus retirements as people's plans became more firm, and then a bunch of benefit changes. The largest, obviously, Anthem rates going down by over $300,000. Not the rates going down, but the estimate that we had originally made. And the paid family medical leave is also something that's brand new from the state, and we continue to get updated guidance on that. So we were able to make a reduction there. In the second section, we talked about our estimates made for new and unfilled positions, and refine some of those, particularly based on the new Anthem rates, because when we made projections of estimates of open positions, we were using the higher number. And then we added in the speech therapist position, which I think you all heard a lot about. The board has certainly heard a lot about that. There's a segment for adult education and school nutrition. In the capital budget, we deferred a couple of projects. One is probably gone and the other is deferred, pending more information about the middle school and what's happening down Quentin Drive. And in the revenue side on the capital budget, as Shannon mentioned earlier, we're proposing to use either school impact fees or our capital reserve funds. We do have school capital reserve funds, and we've had a couple different conversations about the appropriate use of either the school impact fees or the capital reserve funds and what's the most logical to use for this purpose. So we've put it in as both.
Mhm.
I think if you keep going, Liam, there's a little summary at the bottom. So at the top of the document, and Tom, I think you said this is in the packets.
Yes.
Mhm.
At the top of the document, you have where we stood at first reading. At the bottom, you have where we stand as of our finance committee meeting last week. So this is where we're standing today, heading into our second reading.
Any questions for Tom or Kate?
Question for Kate, if I may. What's the total reduction then as a percent and total dollars?
total reduction is just about 1.1 million off of the net budget.
Okay,
And I don't know what that is as a percentage.
That's about 25% of a decrease
but
Very
the
good.
total budget,
A
of the
decrease
total budget.
in the net budget.
I would just note the final number on this page here, it's hard to see, but it's in parentheses, there's 269,000. That number represents the amount of additional adjustments to make the finance committee's recommended target or requested targets. if you will.
but what is that as a total percent of the budget? I mean, it seems like that's a pretty basic question, so can you point that?
Let's get a calculator.
1 million divided by 65.
Okay, what's the, I don't have the math in my head, but what's the percent? Is it on the sheet here? Can we
I think
look at
Kate's
it?
doing the math.
Okay, but my question is, why isn't it on the sheet? Why don't we, isn't it possible for us to see on the sheet what the overall reduction is as a percent of budget?
And that's gonna be a little tricky, Kate, because some of that adjustment is cap.
And in doing this, I'm not only reflecting my own, lack of familiarity with the budget. This year, this is my sixth budget. I haven't been as involved as I have in the past. So this is by no means a criticism of all the good work that people have done. But I'm just at a point now where we're trying to help inform and educate the public and also justify our budget recommendations. It seems that would be a very basic top of, something that would lift off the page. So
Can I ask Counselor Hamel, when you're saying what is that percentage, do you mean of the overall proposal as it was initially given?
yeah.
So like if I had a $66 million proposal for
Yeah.
my general fund and I reduced it by $500,000, what is that?
Yeah,
Right? Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
but
I'll go do it.
And I guess I want to make sure that I'm following the conversation correctly, but I think that the original school proposal was in the realm of 4.6%. And now we are at 3.7%.
so you've reduced the percentage
By point.
decrease by 1%.
Correct.
But what is the overall budget sacrifice that you're making with the proposed budget?
So if I'm interpreting your question correctly, and Kate, please correct me if I'm wrong, I just did some math. So if I take just the portion, an estimate of just the portion that is operating versus the CIP, it's about $500,000 net in savings, maybe a little more.
Yeah, it's about 550.
So about 550,
Yeah.
okay, so 550.
While she's doing that, my point here is that we are dealing in the realm of reductions. We're not dealing in the realm of, we led off with an assumption that we were going to be using fund balance. And I thought it was very interesting. And I can't pull it up on my machine, but we had an opinion from Joe Kutera, and basically said that it was decidedly mixed. I think early on in the process, the town manager advised us that it would be a-okay and there would be no impact on a debt rating. And his recommendation was decidedly mixed. It by no means was an endorsement of doing that. Is that a fair representation?
That wasn't my interpretation.
Mine neither.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
said.
I mean, yeah, I could see how you could think.
Well, this is how I interpreted it, as one of those folks that are in that category of the 1,800 people who are going to be looking at whopping tax increases. And here we are, we're not really beginning and ending with that. We're not beginning and ending with their money. We're beginning and ending, we're deciding the battle is going to be fought and won over how much of the fund balance to use to get us closer to a better budget.
That's not my position.
I know that.
I think nobody's
Yeah, it wasn't
agreeing
mine
with that
either.
position.
Well, what is that?
Yeah, so I think if that's what you're interpreting, Counselor Hamel, that is not the intent. I think what everybody pretty much said was, we need this budget to be what this budget needs to be. And fund balance is really separate from the budget conversation and more a tool we have in our toolkit to help address the strain that residents are gonna feel this year because of the revow.
Well, that's how you framed it, and I frame it differently.
Okay, that's fine. But to get to the budget conversation, so, Counselor Cushing said 3.3. I think 3. What I can share is some options for the council and for the board to talk about that could help us get to a number we're comfortable with. Again, we may not fully get there tonight in terms of what we're gonna do, but I think hearing the discussion and knowing what people are thinking will really help guide the recommendations the finance committee can bring. And some of these are not, these are whole dollar numbers, not intended to mean we have to go all the way, we have to do all of this, but these are just options at our disposal. And this would actually get us to a 3.92 reduction. And the reason I went greater is because, again, I don't think we have to necessarily do all of these. They're just the options that we have. Cutting little things here or there isn't gonna get us there, I think. It's having to look more, take a step back and look at the bigger picture. So again, I'm just throwing these out as options. So the first thing would be similar to on the town side, no new positions across the town and the school. That would be about $750,000, including the speech therapist that was added back in. So that would be $750,000 if we said no new positions this year.
Can
That-
I
yeah.
ask a clarifying
Mhm.
question? Is that outside of like mandated?
Yes, so this is
Thank
the
you.
non-mandated positions that the school has requested only, so the 11 ed techs would still be included in the budget.
Could I just
Yeah.
clarify a point about the speech position that was recently added? That would be considered in that category of mandatory positions because speech services are part of a student's IEP. And in looking at the incoming students and the service requirements, there are more than 40 hours of services that we do not have staffing to be able to provide.
Okay,
And that is a legal mandate.
so then it's only 660,000 if we were to take that particular, keep that position in as mandatory. Counselor Seither?
Can I clarify something, John, before
Yep.
you keep going? So these recommendations, it sounds to me like you're making recommendations both on the municipal side and the school side for how to get to a certain dollar amount. But it's my understanding that the school board could then go back to their own finance committee and refund that position by allocating funds within their
Yeah.
budget differently.
Yeah.
And so you're making suggestions, but it's not at all telling the school board that they cannot fund that position. It just,
Yeah.
that's
this
that's
would-
a
yeah.
tangible whole dollar amount that we
Yeah.
can.
It's a whole dollar amount that if we needed to reduce the budget, that we could say there are new positions being requested. Same thing on the town side. If Tom has to backfill positions, similar to what's happened in the past, he can move money around to hire the positions that he needs. So if the school has vacancies and they really need a librarian that was requested, it's up to the school to figure out how to make sure that their priorities and needs are met. We just would say you have to do it within your existing vacancies and budget as opposed to giving additional budget for new positions.
Understood. Thank you.
Counselor Katarina has a quick follow-up.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Counselor Seither, because I want to make sure I understand this too. Because we don't tell us, we just give the school board a number, we don't tell them how to spend
Yep.
it, but you're just making recommendations that you or you and the finance committee have
Mhm.
come up with that may be a way to reach that.
It's a way to get to a number that we would know what the impacts are for the number. I feel like, one thing I think we all don't want to do is put the town or the school in a position to, do anything drastic in terms of programming reductions and cuts. I think we want to have level services. And so the question is what's really would be considered new programming that we could defer and or reprioritize internally just to help us get to a number, right? So that is an area where if we want to make progress to get to 3.3 million or 3 million, things like that have to be done. We have to look at the big picture. The other thing, and this is both on the town and the school side, would be looking at still what's remaining in terms of appropriated capital. So we still have some items like some trucks that we could defer on both the town and the school side. There's kitchen equipment that's up on the school side. On the town side, items in motion that the finance committee had said we should consider continuing to push is the North Scarborough study that would be looking at, you know, bigger picture for North Scarborough in the future. And the finance review meeting, what I heard was that work likely won't happen until the end of the year anyway, so pushing the funding a year won't have a drastic impact on that. And the other one is the facilities assessment. And so if we were to look at appropriated capital between the town and the school, that would be about $350,000 of potential reductions. And I think between what I just said about positions and capital, that gets us pretty close to the 3.3. Like that is 3.3. You know, other options if we wanted to go further than that, and this is all I could think of. So I mean, other people might have other ideas, but the topic has come up a few times about non-union wages in the town. Specifically the fact that last year we had a 4.7% COLA. This year we're set to have the same. I think we all agree that, you know, our town staff deserve every penny that they're paid for. But given this tough budget year, trying to look at it, you know, because everybody's in this together, both our residents, the staff, the school, potentially looking at reducing total non-union wages by $150,000 doesn't necessarily mean that that gets applied as a COLA at 3% across the board. That's essentially what the math is. But again, there's an option for town staff to look at wages and benefits and make a reduction up to $150,000. And then also not necessarily a recommendation, but an option would be just, again, similar to what Tom did, where we asked Tom to go find $200,000 and he kind of gave each of his departments a challenge to find money and peanut butter spread it. We could ask the school to similarly just have a net reduction of $500,000 that they would have to find in addition to the positions and capital. Again, that would get us to a $3.92 million reduction. So that's the total opportunity. That doesn't mean we have to do all of that. It's just, there are ways, depending on how far we want to go, that we can get there, and we just have to make a decision on what's appropriate.
Okay, Councilor Cushing.
Yeah. To the point about us telling folks what to do, I think I've been clear from the outset that our job is to just give you the number. But I do think that it's important to show that that isn't like pulling a rabbit out of the hat. And the work that John has done mostly, and I've done some of, suggests that these targets have, you know, aren't just made up stuff, that they're there and they are hard choices. There's no question. There's none of that stuff that you've recited that is fluffy, that shouldn't have been there in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think from my perspective, it's to lend some credence to the fact that this is what we think is possible with our limited understanding of the detail and day-to-day.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, the labor cost is always the biggest percentage of costs that we have. You know, I think something like 2/3 of total cost is related to labor. And these are just really rough rule of thumb numbers. I know that we're ahead of ourselves in terms of the budget process and trying to figure out what we're going to need or what the number should be approved in order to use. But I know at least we've said so far we're committed to make sure that we don't lose anybody, that we retain who we have, and that we're also competitive in the labor market. But I think there's some things that, you know, as we get closer to this, I know we're relying on Liam to help us, you know, understand that the costs better as you go into the negotiations. And I guess as you probably haven't even started talking about wages and benefits yet with well, I know we have in the budget, we've kind of told people what we're gonna, this is a little interesting because in the private sector, you really wouldn't do that. You wouldn't say this is what we have budgeted for negotiations and say it's already been approved. So we're a little bit out of sequence, but my point is what's not happening here is that we tend to look at things in silos and we're not really, asking the town or the school to look broadly and to think creatively about other ways to save money. We're not talking, we don't hear a lot about them suggesting deferring equipment purchases and that sort of thing. These are things that the committees are coming up with. So I just think that this is the thing that's been bothering me about the whole time, is that we've kind of framed the debate a certain way. And in all fairness, it doesn't really, is in terms of direction, it's not really the council giving good direction to, the school or the town in terms of, how to come up with the right number and what things to consider. So I just think it's hard for us to get, to move off that based upon where we are in the process at this point.
So where do you think we should be come the end of this from a budget perspective?
Well, I don't have the number for you, but what I have is a suggestion that we really should be looking to the school and to the town to come up with their recommended changes and for us not to kind of pre-sell that, for us not to kind of pre-authorize that. Or to say we're going to use fund balance, but it's only a question of how much of it we use. We've already kind of framed the debate and answered the question for ourselves. And that seems to me, we're very far along in the process. We are where we are, but that I think is going to be what we'll be hearing. And we talked all along about the timing or the lack of information in terms of the reval that according to our current schedule still won't happen prior to the second reading. It'll happen after that. So, but we have a pretty good idea that 4% is the average, but the range is much, much worse than that.
Well, I think I would say they came to us with what they
Who's-
thought
who's
was
they? Sorry,
the
who's
school
they?
and the town came to us with their best proposals. And now it is in our hands. And if we as a body feel like something needs to happen, if it's not what they proposed, I think we have to give them the direction for them to do exactly what you're saying. And so we can't just say do better. We have to say, we have to give them something a little bit more concrete. So that's what I'm looking for from each counselor is like,
Yeah, I
is
think
it
that's,
freeze positions? Is it not invest in appropriated capital? Is it just give them a target of whatever you think the right target is and say, go make reductions and come back to us? Like, I think we have to give some guidance,
Counselor
otherwise.
Anderson,
yeah.
is it maybe, you gave kind of give an outline of how to get to the 3 right? Whether or not that's the path they take.
Yeah,
Is it better to take a temperature as to whether or not this council feels that A, 3.9% is reasonably achievable? And B, are we supportive of or being instructive of the respective parties involved to actually get it to 3.9? Is
Yeah,
that,
that's
is that
the-
your
that's the
barometer?
yeah, I think we need to know, like, if that's in the realm of possible, is that as far as we want to go? Or what is the appetite? Again, like I gave the 3.9, I would be comfortable with more 3.3 than I would be 3.9. And that's where, what Counselor Cushing said, I think 3.3 is very achievable in terms of getting there, in my opinion, based on what I'm seeing in the budget.
So I think also we just need to be mindful throughout this process that we should, we set a goal. They started out towards it. We realized that maybe the goal was a little off base because we now know more now than we did back then. And that's fair. But what I don't want to keep happening is we sit here tonight, give a goal, and then bring everyone back and then meet it, and then we got like, it's still not, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not good practice either.
Agreed.
No.
So what I would rather us be able to determine this evening is really how far are we gonna push it? And if that's the case, what is it we can do to help each side of this equation get there? And I think.
Can I add just one thing? I do want to speak, Counselor Hamel, to your point about deferrals. We actually did defer items in here. And so I'm not sure if you have access to the materials, but we've deferred a Quentin Driver paving project. We have removed completely the portable announcers booth from the budget. So both of those are gone. That we did keep the roof restoration. However, the way that the bidding process works, it won't be done until it's approved this year, because then Todd is given his, approval to proceed, but it actually won't be spent until he's not able to do it until the following June. That's when he would be able to expend and do the project. So, I just want to be clear that you understand, we did do some deferrals and some drops.
I saw those,
Good.
but the big areas to make movements are, and I know you have, regulatory requirements that are very hard to fulfill. Forget about paying for them. They're hard to find people to do them. So I understand that completely. But what I continue to see is no good answers for where you have capacity, where you have capacity in the schools, particularly in the high school, and where there appears to be staff surpluses. So you've got a lot of flexibility, I think, in terms of redeployment. I know some schools are, are very, very specific, and you can't do that. But when I hear the explanation that we have some 400 or so electives and we need more space for, for that rather than less, and I just don't, that's just not passing muster for me. And year after year, it's quite apparent that there seems to be some opportunity there. What you do with it or how you manage it, I can't tell you that, but that's when, just looking at these things and having had a lot of experience, working in a different realm in terms of basic steps you take when you're out of balance on a budget. They include, freezes, deferring things, deferring expenditures, all unnecessary expenditures, positions that have been open for a while that aren't critical, that you haven't filled, those come off the list. So things like that are basic steps that, and John Anderson knows this full well. We've had this debate back and forth on a little rainbow we've been putting together in terms of back and forth. So, but I know a lot of them are not possible, in this environment, but we've kind of framed the debate, and I've seen this year after year, and we really struggle with it.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, can I just respond really quick? I do hear you, and just to be clear, there's no ask at the high school level for any extended programming or services. They actually are staying with what they had last year. But the high school, just if I'm understanding your comment correctly, you're talking about the number of students per classroom at the high school. So the reason that number seems low is because you're taking all of the classes at the high school and you're taking the average. So that includes our core classes that would have a higher student count in them. And you're also adding special education classes into that average. And you're adding our students that go and get vocational education into that average. And so because you're adding all of that together, it brings that average down. I would be remiss if I didn't speak up for our other programs that aren't the normal core classes. It's easier at a K-5 level when you have X number of students, X number of classrooms, and that's it. It's very different when we're training our kids to get careers, to do something after college. Not everybody is going to college, right? And so what are we setting them up for success after high school? That looks and feels a little different. Having said that, I will say we've had some internal discussions about perhaps taking that number and changing the way it's calculated so that it looks, you can perhaps maybe see the core classes a little bit differently. But that's a later conversation after this budget. It's probably too late in this process, but I do want to be clear that that's why that number is low. So there's not a surplus in staff. That's not what's happening. It's just the way that the high school really takes a bottom-up approach to scheduling. So the students get to pick a schedule that works for them to help them to set them up for success after high school.
You're obviously closer to it than I am, so I'm
Yeah.
just sharing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Absolutely.
Counselor McGee or Chairman McGee, your point is good of like, again, my provocation is the 3.3 million reduction, 1.9 million to the school, 1.4 million to the town. Where, there looks to be different pathways that they can take to get there. So I think that's the question for everyone. Do you agree with that? Do you have different numbers in mind? That Counselor Seithler.
Counselor Seithler?
Can you recenter us on the impact of 3.3? So we're at 2.1 right now. We're asking for an additional $1 million reduction. what will the final tax mill rate increase be?
So if we did not, use fund balance. Right, Tom, I'm looking at this. I think it would be essentially, less than a 1% rate increase.
Okay,
So,
The number in my spreadsheet, that's 10 cents.
yeah, it would be essentially the mill rate would be less than $11 at that point.
okay. And then, so just to clarify, one more clarification on the napkin math, that's, I feel like there's a lot of, the difference between 3.3 and 3.92 is the difference between a slight increase to the mill rate and a 0.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
And then
you.
if
I
we
just want to
added-
make sure I have all my impacts
we-
correct.
If we got to 3.3 and chose to use fund balance, we would essentially be at its negative, there would be a negative impact to the mill rate, so negative in a positive direction, I guess I would say.
Negative in a positive direction.
Yeah.
Everyone's on the same page now? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to
Thank you.
explain it.
We wonder why people can't understand mill rates, you know?
Yeah.
Just get to the point of understanding mill rates and we just say we're moving off that.
Right.
Really, just give me the bottom line.
John, can I ask you a question? If you add 1.9 and 1.2,
1.4.
well, 1.4, thank you. Now it adds up.
So I'm gonna ask another clarifying question here. So on the 1.9 side, if that's the direction we went on the school side, how much further do they need to go to hit target?
Based on what they've provided to date, I think it's $800,000 more.
And if the town needed to hit 1.4 on their side, how much further would they need to
It would
go?
be $400,000 more.
400. Okay. That's a pretty specific ask and a request. Do we want to weigh in? Because that's that's the starting point of this conversation. We got to figure this out in the next 25 minutes. Counselor Catarina.
Being the bottom line person I am, and that's why I'm not on the finance committee. So what are we talking about for mill rates? What's the number?
So-
11 what?
Do you have that latest sheet, Tom, that
I'm putting everyone on the spot.
so essentially it would be likely around $10.95 would be the mill rate
With what?
if,
If you did that additional 1.2 million, which is
Yeah,
that
yes.
800 and 400.
Mhm. Sorry, it would be $11.01 would be what it would be.
And that's not using fund balance.
Not using fund
and that's
balance.
Inclusive of the revale.
Yep.
So I think the thing that's promising here is we're moving in the right direction. We know the mill rate has got to go down because the appreciation, the value of our real estate has gone up so much. Okay, that's the
But I
reason.
haven't finished my question.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't recognized.
And so if
We know
we,
that.
and then it, maybe your next question is, and if we applied fund balance, what would that be? If we went further and applied fund balance, it would be probably in the 1080s is where it
Okay.
would be.
So if you did not apply that 1.2 million, what would your mill rate?
It would likely be around 1101 still, like it would be essentially the fund balance would,
So it's not that big of a difference in the mill rate.
it's about
Am I
11,
right?
it would be about 11 to 15 cents.
If I understand this correctly, basically, if we wanted to do 3.3, you're basically saying there's a 0% increase on the municipal spending.
Yeah.
Right.
If we applied fund balance.
It's 3.3 plus the 1 million. Gets you to 0% increase.
Yep.
But the fund balance discussion needs to be separate
Yeah.
from the number that we want to have
Mhm.
people from this meeting walk away with.
Mhm.
Yes, Counselor Cushing.
I just wanted to underscore your point about moving target. I can tell you, this is my first rodeo. And I can tell you, I have a long list of things, ways in which I think we could improve this process going forward. With that said, I think that we are understanding and the information we've had has evolved over a period of time and shown us. And the other thing is, I think we've heard from a lot more people and got a better gauge of the sentiment of the taxpayers and so, but I'm right with you, what, figure out a way to improve this process going forward in the future. And that's one point I wanted to make. And the second point I wanted to make is that I've had, I don't know, maybe 15 emails from people who are telling me that responding to tax Armageddon, you know, don't raise taxes and so forth. And I've had 1 or 2 emails from people who say, whoa, 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 that's not me. I'm not passing judgments on either, but I am saying to the public that you all have a say in that. And this room is pretty empty. So I'm not speaking to anybody here. I'm speaking now to the people who aren't here, because there are a lot of people who are speaking for you. And so consequently, we sit up here trying to gauge, measure, talk to as many people as we can to develop some piece of the sentiment. But I can't think of any more important issue, even the plovers, which should demand some more public attention. So I just wanted to make that point clear and invite people to come to this podium when the opportunity presents itself, or to come online, or to send us emails to the group so that we can really understand what your thoughts are about these deliberations.
So Councillor Cushing, where are you though in terms of 3.3 million and?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I'll say, mostly your good work and my intuition combined come to that number. And I think that we should strive to get there as hard as we can. And I think that in the end, we should be able to sit here and try to evaluate the choices that had to be made to come to that point. And that's the place where we will raise our hands or not. But I think it's important to come to that number first.
So, yeah, just for the point of trying to facilitate this, I think we need to weigh in on 3.3 million specifically, how that's achieved, as far as whether or not we should be as specific as saying 800 there, 400 here. I'm wondering if that discussion is better left to maybe Jeff and Tom, and just to figure out how to achieve that goal. But again, if I hear that more guidance would be helpful.
I respectfully request that you give us very clear guidance in that particular regard.
All right, so then we have an answer. So let's just go down the line. 3.3 million, yes or no? Higher or lower is an acceptable answer.
Yeah.
April, start right down with you.
I have given the town manager's request for specific direction. I have questions as to the impact of what 3.3 does. Should I ask those now, or should I say my support or not? Because I don't think I don't think I can land, for example, I'll give you an easy one. I don't know how many non-union employees we have. And so, you know, per John's suggestion that we reduce that line by 150K, I don't know what the impact of that would be and to how many individuals. And so that would be something that I would like to know before I go ahead and say, yep, that seems like $150,000 I would support. And so I'm having a hard time with the dichotomy between, do you support this reduction? And here are some specific things, directives that we're going to give to Tom without knowing what the impact is.
I would say we're not going to give them directives. Those are
Tom just asked for
opportunity.
them.
Well, those are
I think
opportunities.
for
but-
a share.
Okay.
Yeah. So like that, they don't, the point of sharing those examples was to say there is a pathway that can get both budgets to a number beyond what has been proposed up to this point.
Okay.
How the school and the town decide to get there is ultimately up to them. And so really all we're trying to give them is a number to get there at this point.
Can I ask one follow-up to that, and it has to do with the wages example? Was the reduction you're citing, I know there was a 4.7% increase in those wages is being cited. does that 150,000 overall reduction just mean it's a 3% increase instead of a 4.7? Or was it
So-
just completely removing any increase in?
So for every percentage point change, it's $88,000 in wage and benefit adjustments.
That's
So
helpful. Thank you.
if you went, like just pick 3% to say, if we said in general, the average would be a 3% COLA and a 1.25% step increase. The savings or the differential would be $150,000 approximately. But again, I'm not suggesting that that's what Tom actually does. I'm just saying there's a path there if he chose to take it that he could.
Council Hamel?
Thank you. What I would suggest is, I mean, I think,
I was just gonna ask you real
oh,
quick.
you, I can
April,
only say
April's
yes or no.
still, in the middle of her thing, so is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is this, yeah,
No, I'll.
was it related to like the
It's
increase? Okay.
still with her. Come back to me.
So higher, lower, just right.
It seems like a lot to me. I'll be honest, asking the schools for an additional 800,000 at this point before second reading seems like a lot. Asking Tom for an additional 400,000 seems like a lot. And so I would probably not be in favor of such an aggressive request at this point.
Okay, Councilor Cushing.
Yeah, I am in favor of the request because I want to see what that actually looks like. Whether or not we adopt that, I guess remains to be seen, but I'd like to see the number. And I'd like to understand what it takes to get to that number. And so, yes.
Thank you,
3.3.
Councilor Cushing. Councilor Katarina?
Well, I'm sitting here looking at the numbers and thinking, part of me looks at, you know, if you're shaving off another 1.2 million, does it really make that big of a difference in the long run as far as, you know, helping the mill rate? Because I'm the type of person, I try to find a middle way with this. Because I also don't want to do damage. My concern is that if we cut too much, we're gonna do some damage somewhere. It's amazing when I see these numbers, these mill rates, because I've been following mill rate increases in different towns, municipalities across the state in the last year. And they're outrageous with what they've had to do and come up with. And I think we've done a darn good job of keeping stability in taxes, which is important for the taxpayer. Personally, I'm a person who's gonna get nailed because I took advantage of the senior tax stability and I sat down and did some numbers and my taxes may go up as much as $90 a month. That being said, last year I had no increase. I sat there and watched, you know, everyone else's taxes increase. So there you go. So I want to be mindful of that impact. That is the other reason, you know, I was very supportive of increasing our senior tax refund program also. So tonight I'm leaning away from making additional cuts. But it's hard for me until I see the whole picture. That's just me. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilor Katarina. Councilor Hamel?
Yeah, I would say directionally, this is certainly going the right way. I mean, there's pain messages associated with this all around, okay? So people are gonna be feeling the hurt, no matter, you know, what. And it's you know, special services on one end and it's, you know, tax impact for people way at the other end, you know, who are seniors. So and it gets difficult because we start providing direction in areas that we really don't manage. You know, this thing about labor is really hard to do. So, but I would say directionally, as close as you can get to flat and as close as you can get to a 0, you know, percent increase in the mill rate, that's obviously gonna help. And the final thing is that it's, I just think that there's a lot of room. These budgets that people are working with, they have a lot of areas to look at, and it's up to them to get creative about how to do it. And I think that doing that without taking anything out of the fund balance, you know, is good. So it's moving in the right direction, but it needs to be lower for me. And I'm sure that's no surprise.
I mean, higher cuts.
More,
Or
the
greater.
greater cuts. lower budget.
It will be a lower mill rate.
I understand that, but they're skyrocketing
So what I'm
appraisals.
gonna summarize what you said. You're not opposed to a 3.3 million target as long as it's not lower than that? Is that fair?
I'd like to see
The more
lower.
aggressive, the better in your world?
Yes,
Gotcha.
it needs to be lower and
Thank you.
no fund balance, but directionally okay.
Councilor Anderson?
I think 3.3 does feel like a point where there probably is some things that maybe we need to fully understand the consequences of. I think it's good to understand those, as Counselor Cushing said. I think 3 million for me feels like a probably more achievable goal without having hurt, but I think in terms of getting us to a recommendation, I would like to push for 3.3 just to, like, as Counselor Cushing said, really understand what does that mean from both the town and the school side? And then perhaps the finance committee comes forward with a smaller recommendation based on what we understand at our next meeting.
I'm gonna concur with the Counselor Anderson on that. I do like the point of we can see what it looks like, and then if need be, adjust after. So I'm in that category as well. So that being said, it appears that there's some consensus around a 3.3 number. Is there a division that we need to discuss of how that 3.3, or basically the extra 1.2, is achieved? Do we want to see it from this side, that side? What's that ratio look like to everyone here? Counselor Caterina. Thanks for jumping
Again,
in.
having sat through this a number of times, I've seen the town take the hit frequently and willingly so. Mr. Hall's done a yeoman's job over the years, going in and digging really deep to make more cuts. So I hate to see that town take it on the chin, which we have in the past, in a couple of occasions. But I would like to see the parties be able to work something out so that it makes sense again, so we're doing the least amount of damage to budgets.
I'm just gonna clarify, right now, the suggestion that we had was 800 to the school, 400 to the town.
Yeah.
So I kind of think we start that as our benchmark, for saying yes or no.
Yeah,
Yes,
maybe.
we have to be helpful here. Counselor Seiler.
Can I ask another clarifying question?
Absolutely.
When we say 800 additional on the school side, that is because they are still 200,000 shy of today's goal. And so that's 600 in addition to the 200. I just want to make clear that it's not actually a million.
Well, again, proportionally, like if we wanted to be fair and just say proportionally town budget relative to school,
Where we are today.
for where we are today, Tom on the town side would get to 1.32 and the school would get to 1.98. That would be just looking at total operating budget. So Tom's budget is 40%, the school is 60%. And so if we wanted to make it a proportional ask based on
How
operating
much
budget.
more you had to go was 800, 400?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify the reasoning behind those numbers.
Point of information. Sorry,
Counselor.
thank you. Just a reminder, when we're talking about these reductions are from the proposed
they were
20
proposed.
2025 fiscal year budget. They are not reductions of current budgets. They are not reductions from the current budget in place.
Mhm.
In other places,
Exactly,
other
yes.
people are dealing with those types of issues. So I want to just a reminder, I think it's easy to lose that as we're talking about the hurt and so forth, but just to level set. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well,
Where I come from, this is a reality, okay? So, and we could be in this reality in the future. I hope it's not true, but that's not where we are at the moment.
Counselor Seiler. Counselor Cushing.
Yeah, I'm okay with those proportions.
Thank you. Counselor Hamel,
Proportions, are you okay with?
the proportions? Are you?
Split, yeah, I'm okay with the split.
Counselor Anderson?
Yes.
I'll say yes.
I don't need to say anything. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm not in support of the split, but I'm also not, I'm struggling with the 3.3. So I don't think it's fair for me to continue to weigh in. The council has consensus.
We have to
and-
give them some direction,
Yeah,
come back to us.
and so if the number is 3.3, then the 60-40 split is what it is.
All right, I think we have some clear direction.
Clarification.
Sure, absolutely.
Excuse me. The use of the school impact fees, I believe there's 600,000 in there. Around six and change, and just curious as to how much of that is available to us.
Well, by statute in our ordinance, you're limited as to what you can use them for, so I don't want you to have any illusion that they are generally available, certainly to offset any operating expenses.
Yeah, no, to offset what Shannon had spoken to
capital.
earlier on the $500,000 we had in the budget in long-range planning for the new school architecture, architectural and design, and then 85,000 for the vestibules at the elementary schools.
Yeah, I've had this conversation with Kate and perhaps this is not the time or place.
Okay.
I would hesitate to recommend you use it for the purpose and I'm pleased to provide, that's just my opinion.
Okay.
You could seek others, but I'm pleased to have a conversation offline.
We can do that.
Yep.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other final parts here? I want to give us a couple minutes to take a quick break before our council meeting starts.
The only question that we didn't get to, which is somewhat related to the budget, it's really the CIP and capital priorities. I know the public is a little confused right now in terms of what our capital priorities are. I don't know if this is if we have enough time to have that conversation, but I think that's something that I know is top of mind for folks.
I think
Maybe at the
That was just-
second read, we can have that conversation for the
it's
budget.
either second read at the finance committee level. How much discussion have you had on those topics? Or is this question to the full council as a result of your discussion at the committee level?
It's at the committee level and then based on the recent questions we've been getting about land bond surveys and
Sure.
things like that. So I think it's just people want to know what our major capital priorities are and what relative timing is. And again, part of this will get addressed through the budget as we approve the CIP because there's stuff in there. And so we have to look at that CIP and say, does the CIP accurately reflect our priorities and timing that we as a body feel like is appropriate?
Okay. Let's figure that.
Yep.
If we have to squeeze something in either through second reading, let's do another quick workshop before. We'll work that out. Get back to you.
Sounds good.
I want to thank the board for joining us this evening and going through this conversation. Not easy for anyone, of course. So with that, we're going to adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Town of Scarborough May 1st Town Council meeting. I'd like to welcome you all here. It's nice to see a full room. Right, first thing, we have a call to order. The second item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could join me.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kristen, could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Seiler. Here. Counselor Cushing.
Here.
Counselor Katerina.
Here.
Counselor Hamel.
Here.
Counselor Anderson.
Here.
Chairman McGee.
I am here. Thank you. So the next item on our business is general public comments. I wanted to quickly just read a statement. There's a lot of you here, and I'm sure a lot of you will have some comments to offer. So just to let you know that we're going to open this meeting up to general public comment for items that are not listed on the agenda. So if you're here for something on the agenda, we'd ask that you hold those comments until that agenda item arrives. Please note this is a limited public forum and that the comments should concern town business in general and be relevant to the matters within the purview of this body seated here. Per section 202.2A, the town council rules and procedures, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Prior to making your comments, we ask that you please state your name for the record. That's the legalese. So there's a lot of you here. So I just want to reach out and let you know that this setup, this forum that we have here, these tables, the microphones, the recordings, it's well and good, right? We have to do it because we're conducting business. But there's something that all of you in here need to know is that each one of us is somebody you can run into at Hannaford or on the beach. Some of us are here. We're missing games from our children. We're here because we care about this community, and we know you're here because you care about this community. So what helps us when you come to give us your comment on an item, it'd be great if you told us why you like it, why you don't like it. Maybe you have an idea that we can view differently. Those are things that we take to heart when we're considering this, because we live here with you. So I just ask that you please keep that in mind, be respectful. We are here to listen, okay? So with that, this is general public comment. If you'd like to step up, and I already stated the rules. Welcome, Ms. Hamel.
Thank you. I'm Susan Hamel, and I live on Bay Street in Pine Point. I'm here to talk about the budget. And I want to start by just saying, I know how much time I put in. I'm sure you guys put in so much more, and thank you. It's really hard. So I want to make 3 points about the budget. First, we seem to like doing surveys these days. So here's an idea. Why not include a version of the Goldilocks question on the school budget referendum this year? This is something that could be quite useful. How about asking a non-binding question, which would go something like this? If you voted no on the school budget, do you believe that both the school and the town budget should make further cuts? Or just the school or just the town? So we would know. It's the only way people can voice their opinion about the entire town budget, one town. And I'm sure there will be people who take it out, who don't like the entire budget and take it out on the school. The second point is regarding what does the community want according to the community survey and how items seem to get incorporated into the budget. When you give someone a menu and ask them, well, what are the 3 or the 5 items here that you'd like? And there are no prices listed. How do you really know what people want? What are they willing to pay for? Because this is how we make decisions in Scarborough for many new initiatives in our town budget. Maybe people are not willing to pay what the items cost. And finally, the third point I want to make is the fund balance. The budget includes the use of $985,000 from the fund balance for taxpayer relief. I want to remind everyone that the school building project has not gone away. It will be back soon, and it will be in the range of 100 million, maybe more. The tax impact of those bonds will approach 10% when it is fully financed. That is a 10% increase for all taxpayers. I suggest not only saving the 985,000 for tax relief for this coming tax year, but adding as much as we can to the fund balance for those dark days ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hamel. Just a reminder, is something that's not on our agenda this evening.
Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. I'm asking the council to request the ordinance committee to review the light industrial ordinance. This ordinance was created back in 2013, long before the development of Scarborough Downs area and before the completion of Kennebago Drive off Two Rod Road. And for those who don't know, the light industrial ordinance is the Holmes Road, Two Rod Road area. This is a heavily populated residential neighborhood with 2 commercial businesses on the lower portion of Holmes Road and a handful or so of in-home businesses throughout the area. The residents on the east side of Two Rod Road, although part of this ordinance, are all personal homes and governed by the rural farming overlay rules, not the light industrial. The residences on the west side of Two Rod Road, as well as Kennebago Drive, are in the rural farming zone. After reading the light industrial ordinance here and there over the last couple of years and attending many meetings, I feel that there is way too much authority being given to the planning board. I have not seen in the ordinance any size restrictions specifically, and they have a 2,000 gallon water limit daily, which is very subjective because being on a well, there's no meter to measure. And certainly the town will not be going in and monitoring it. With the growth in the area and added traffic, having commercial development west of the turnpike in the Holmes Road area, creating more traffic, safety concerns, and reduced real estate values goes against the Good Neighbor ordinance. Many of the homeowners on Two Rod Road have been in their homes for decades. Although my husband and I have only been in our home ourselves for 10 years, it's been his family home for 64 years. We have put tens of thousands of dollars into improvements and upgrades of our hard-earned money, which will all go down the tube with commercial development invading our neighborhood. I appreciate your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. And I probably should have mentioned too, if you see that red light going off in front of you, that means you've hit your 3 minutes. So we'd ask you to try to wrap it up as quick as possible. Thank you. Ms. Bristol, welcome.
Thank you. Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. And I'm punting a little bit. I just wanted to comment on the discussion on the budget, which I'm kind of new at trying to figure out. First of all, I really appreciate the discussion tonight and the efforts to try to shave and cut as much as possible. Couple of points. The thing that Nick Cloutier drove home a lot was it's not the reval that increases taxes. It's the budget that increases the taxes. And I very much appreciate the point about looking at making cuts first and then drawing from the fund balance as a last resort. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the emphasis on the impact on the seniors with the state program going away, which I greatly appreciate. I also greatly appreciate that the senior tax relief program, the dollar amount increase, the threshold increase, that's great. But if you look at, there's a lot of other seniors besides the folks that qualified for that state program and that qualify for the town program. So between 1,800 that qualified for the state and the 400 and change that qualified for the town program, that's about 1,300, I'm going to say 1,300 seniors. And there are people who did not qualify, like myself, for the state program because I just haven't lived here long enough. And again, these are people that have worked all their lives, live on a fixed income, and are now trying to enjoy their retirement. So again, more reason to, try to keep the budget down as much as possible. I just did a quick math for me. And I'm looking, based on the conversation tonight, if we have an $11.01 mill rate without the fund balance, and I'm looking at a 12.5% increase if my assessment is average. And the other thing that we don't know is, and I understood from the last meeting with Nick, we won't know until we get the assessments, is what the neighborhood indexes are going to be. So as he explained, if every neighborhood goes up or down equally, we'll all be good. But we've got the 4.7% we're going to look at because of the commercial, the value of commercial property going down. And if any of that dynamic changes with the neighborhood indexes, it's going to hurt even more. So whatever you can do to try to bring the budget down to bare bones this year would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol. Well timed. Did you practice that in front of the mirror? Your red light went off. Yeah. Did you practice it ahead of time? Any other general public comments? Mr. Pritchard, welcome.
Jim Pritchard, Maple Ave. I'm going to raise an issue of mine that has been right on my brain for the last year and a half, and that's traffic calming. I'm hearing rumors that the town is planning to put a left-hand turn lane at Maple and Gorham Road. The reasons that I've heard is that it's inconvenience for people to sit there and make the left-hand turn. Safety, pavement cracking at the edge of the road. That's for the public. Those that are coming from other places using Maple Ave. They haven't said a thing about the inconvenience of us that live on Maple Ave, the safety on Maple Ave. Safety meaning speed, noise, running stop signs, kids on their bike out on the street, elderly walking, trying to cross with that stupid zigzag crosswalk they come up with 20 years ago. I just don't understand where the town is. They know they have an issue in that area, but they're adding a left-hand turn. We got no explanation why, other than it was inconvenience and so forth. As far as the edge of the pavement, they don't want it cracked and broke. They can put up granite curb, or they can put up a guardrail. The guardrail will be cheaper than rebuilding that piece of Maple Ave and Gorham Road to add the turning lane. I'd like to get more information. That's the other thing with the policy. Seems as if we're being dictated to as what we're going to get. There's no conversations back and forth. Town staff is coming and saying, this is what you're going to get. Like it or leave it. I just hope this would be looked at before any money is spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Welcome, Mr. Hayes.
Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. Just a couple of quick comments. I agree with the council's goal of increasing the reduction to 3.3 million. I think that's very achievable. I think, as I stated at one of the roundtable meetings, there are some things in the budgets that don't need. I don't know whether it was looked at, Mr. Hall, at one time when it was brought up. There are two departments requesting fancy lawnmowers, very expensive. There was some talk about sharing it. I don't know whether that's been pursued or not, but there's, $50,000 or $60,000, I believe, to be eliminated. So I think it's a very achievable goal. I also strongly suggest that you do not use any fund balance. I don't think that that's the a good use of that money. And yes, it is taxpayer money, I understand that, but I think if you truly look at the budget and make good cuts, that there may be some darker days coming where that money may be truly needed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Any other general comments? Welcome.
Stanis Moody Roberts from 38 County Road. I've been up a couple times already, and I'm here to talk about the Gorham Connector Turnpike proposal. First of all, thank you very much, all you. It's been wonderful to see how the council works, and you have impossible jobs. I don't know how you guys do it. I spend a lot of time on this, and I've learned a lot about town government. I had a great conversation for over an hour with Tom yesterday about this. I wasn't going to get personal because I either get angry or really sad. But just kind of a bigger picture thing. I bought my land 7 years ago. And this is what it was going to be, a 6-lot cul-de-sac subdivision. It's literally the most beautiful place in the world. I can't begin to describe. It's this gorgeous pond, beautiful wetlands, red brook running on the back of it, 42 acres. I couldn't get a residential mortgage for it. I had to pretend that I was a developer and get a commercial mortgage because that's the way the world works, that banks look at what's profitable, and it only made sense with my income, I guess, if I was going to develop it, that I could get that. I lived in a shipping container for 2 years with no electricity and spent a winter with just a wood stove in this shipping container to save up and to build my own house. And finally get it done, and then the turnpike comes along, and if this development had happened, they wouldn't be coming through here because it would be developed and it wouldn't be undeveloped land. And it's the same way with Smiling Hill Farm. If Smiling Hill had developed their land years ago, the turnpike couldn't be going through there. And I know that that's just how the world works, that it's an unlucky break, and it's just the way it is, but it is inherently so unfair. And I also hear that the town's proposed spending, I think, $10 million on buying land and putting it into conservation. And that's such a wonderful thing to do, but people that have land that we want to conserve, that we've, like Smiling Hill, that's conserved for so long, you also at the same time are supporting a proposal that would pave that over and turn that into a turnpike. This is Red Brook on my property. It's this beautiful, magical place. And this is where the on-ramp, off-ramp system would go if this turnpike goes through. This is the route, and the wetland is in neon green. It's over 40 acres of wetland that it would go through. I'm out of time, so I just had more to say, but I just want to read something that was in the American Journal by one of the Knights.
Mr. Roberts Moody, I'll give you an extra minute, okay?
Sorry.
Thank you.
This working farm, historic landscape, and significant open space has been the heart and soul of our family for over 300 years. Places evolve, but the rolling fields of Smiling Hill Farm remain the same, which is why they are beloved by so many. The fields give us pause, they make space, they hold ground, they let us exhale, they connect us to that place and to our past. If my grandmother were here today, she would tell Peter Mills to find another way.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts Moody. Any other public comment in the room?
Robert Baisley, resident of Scarborough, and probably most recently a nuisance to the town council over the last couple of weeks. In order for me to manage my time appropriately, the cannabis, changes to the cannabis ordinance, as far as the smell ordinance goes. Are you guys moving forward with that tonight? Considering out the new main law?
So this, yeah, so where we are right now is just public comment. So if you have something that's not on our agenda, I will let you know that it is my intent to table that item this evening. I'm gonna make the motion, whether it's supported by this full body is remain to be seen.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's say that again.
So my intent is to make a motion to table the cannabis item.
Okay,
However, I couldn't tell you if the rest of this council will support that tabling.
okay, all right. I was just kind of curious because I asked that question earlier.
Mhm.
And it still hasn't been answered yet, so. Because I don't want, and I'm sure a lot of other people don't want to waste their time either if that's something.
Speaking with the
that's gonna take
council is
over by
never
the
a waste
state
of time.
Maine. So,
All right, sir, go ahead and if you're gonna make your comments on something that's not on our agenda, you start now, please.
well, I'm just following up from the 17th meeting. And of course, part of it was the cannabis odor ordinance. And asking why, because no one has answered that question yet, asking why the town's going down this road when the state's going to take it over and is now will be taking it over. And the other thing was that led into this is also disability accommodations for the people that do use cannabis for medical purposes. And being able to have time here to talk and things like that. Here again, I had sent out some stuff to the entire council. And Dawn and Jean are only two that actually replied. Thank you very much for replying. At least I know that some of it's being read. And so I just want to thank you for that. And we may have our differences, but at least you replied. And that's a big, huge thing because a lot of people can't write. And a lot of people that do write and send stuff in, they don't think the town council is listening. And because many times there's no reply. I asked some questions, there was no reply. And one of the questions actually was a test for all you guys and gave you the information to call the American Disabilities Information Line regarding the accommodations that small towns are supposed to be making. And they would have, if you guys had called them, they would have directed you to it real quickly. In fact, on the second page, reproduction of this document is encouraged. Additional copies of this publication may be obtained calling the ADA information line, the same number I gave you. And all of you guys would have had access to those documents and the requirements that you're supposed to be following. And I did that, one, to see if you guys were really reading what I was putting in, and two, for educational purposes. Because last time I was here, I had to sit here and say, you're violating the constitutions, both Maine and United States constitutions. And I didn't like doing that. I shouldn't have to do that. So, that's why I was encouraged when Jean Marie and.
Mr. Baisley, I'm gonna give you one more minute, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So, but I am hoping that the cannabis issue is over due to the fact that the state of Maine will be handling smell complaints from this point forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments this evening? Yeah. If it's any easier, if you wanted to line up just so it's a kind of get through it a little quicker if you like. Welcome.
Thank you. David Syrie, 39 Orchard Street. I just want to complain about some smells. There's alder, birches, elms, willows, poplars, beeches, chestnuts, oaks, maples, and box elders, hickories, cedars, ashes, junipers, cypresses, and a lot more, which can cause a lot of allergies, and they're all over Scarborough. And I'm very concerned about this. I work in the medical device industry. And there's a lot of risk benefit analysis that should be going on here as we, see what type of plants are just growing among our town. I know you said your husband was deathly allergic to juniper, so I just want to make sure we're discussing this appropriately in that manner. And that would be the topic for that. A separate topic would be on Orchard Street itself. It's become a crossway from Route 1 to Pine Point Road. And the traffic is crazy. And it's actually threatening our children. So we've complained about it many of times. There's postings on either ends that say 25 friendly neighborhood, but nothing on Orchard Street itself. And I'd like that to take some kind of action.
Thank you. Any other public comments this evening? Liam, are we all set online? Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to close public comments. I'm going to move to item number 5 on our agenda, which is the minutes from the April 17th, 2024 meeting. Just as a note, I missed that meeting. I'll abstain. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
I have a motion and second discussion.
I have,
Counselor Sather.
on the bottom of page 6, vote on amendment. I believe that the vote should reflect 4 nays and 2 yays, and the amendment failed.
Sorry, what order was that?
It was the amendment that Counselor Anderson made on the cannabis.
Right.
And the amendment itself, it's reflected on page 6 of the minutes at the bottom.
And it currently says what?
It currently says 4 yays and 2 nays. Counselor Anderson and Cushing motion fails.
what
And
should
so I
it
think
say?
it's just flipped.
It's the
Flip that. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll fix it.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a friendly amendment to the minutes. Any other discussion?
Mm.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? Sure that is passed. Thank you. Next item on our agenda this evening is the treasurer's warrants. I did sign those previous to the meeting start time. And then item 8, town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a full agenda and a full room, so I will try to be brief in my comments. With respect to the budget, the council and the Board of Education spent 90 minutes earlier this evening. It looks like the town and the school have additional work to be done. At this point, the Finance Committee's next meeting is May 9th, and I expect we'll be working toward the targets and delivering information in that regard at the meeting on May 9th. The expectation is for the Finance Committee to finalize its recommendations that evening, all of which would set us up for the full council to consider final adoption on May 15th. With respect to the January storms, I don't want to belabor this. Very pleased to report that nearly all the work at Higgins Beach has been completed at this point. I was made aware of a couple of other matters that I previously wasn't aware, so we'll attend to those. Black Point Road repair, as I've predicted, is a much more challenging prospect. We've had very good news from our meetings with DEP in terms of very likely the work can be done under a so-called municipal exemption, which is very good news for us. And so at this point, we need to do some further consultation with the Maine Geological Survey. And then we'll be moving into engineering design. In the meantime, we've worked with the residents to come up with a kind of a summer traffic plan to kind of manage the situation this summer. And we've agreed to stay in very close contact in all regards. So we'll certainly honor that. Our work continues with the ice storm and snowstorm damage, the kind of widespread tree damage in town. We do sporadically continue to use a private contractor to help us with some of the larger debris removal. But as I've predicted in the past, this will be several weeks, in perhaps several months to get to all corners of the town. Eastern Trail, very pleased to advise that we are in the process of trading information and language with CSX. This has been the final stumbling block. I feel as though we've kind of turned a corner, so to speak, that we're actually trading language and have agreed on the format of agreements. It's just the final language. With respect to the Gorham Connector project, I think in consultation with council leadership, Scarborough would like to be host for another public input meeting. I think everyone recognizes the workload in front of council, and certainly our municipal colleagues are in a similar situation. So we've been focusing on late June. You'll note I had put a hold on June 27th. I've since found that doesn't work for all parties, so it will be July at the earliest at this point. So stay tuned. But at this point, we're still committed to hosting a meeting locally, and it appears Wentworth Cafeteria is likely to be the venue that will accommodate that crowd the most comfortable. Very pleased to be part, and I think perhaps council members heard some update, but the town is involved in a $1.4 million grant through the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration Coastal Zone Management Grant Program. This involves a number of federal, state, and local nonprofit players, including the town. And this is really a grant designed to understand the resiliency of the Scarborough Marsh as a system, and we think it will reap tremendous dividends in the future. Councilor Shoup represented the council well at that ceremony. These chambers hosted a roundtable with experts in this subject matter. So a very good day was held on Earth Day. I've previously advised that Scarborough has been using our public safety facility for, I'll call it a pop-up disaster recovery center. This is something FEMA does in a region that's affected by certain natural disasters, which we were, and these are for the storms in January. We held two sessions on the 18th and 30th of April. I think on both days, coincidentally, FEMA met with and worked with 7 different affected property owners, so 14 in total. Unfortunately, the ones we have scheduled for tomorrow and next week will not be able to have. FEMA was advised today that they need to go to the Midwest and deal with the tornado-torn areas. So understandably, we will not be able to do that here. But certainly, I think folks are able to avail themselves of all those resources online, and if they have difficulty, we will certainly help support them. I was pleased to be part of a meeting down on Pillsbury Shores. This is the part of Pine Point Beach closest to the jetty, from Herd Park to the jetty. Won't be new to Council Hamel, but that area of the beach has challenges in that there's fairly significant erosion to the dune area. That dune is also protected by different conservation easements. So there's there certainly are limits as to what homeowners can do to help improve that dune situation, but I was pleased to be part of that conversation and agreed to continue to. I just want to make mention of the passing of Joshua Roy. Josh was a 10-year plus employee of the town, was our operations supervisor, so he was really the one that ran all the public works operations. And then about 3 years ago, he went over to work at the sanitary district, so he was still close and still, I saw him, and true to form, he was right there assisting us during the January storms. Unfortunately, he passed away way too early and left 3 kids and a wife behind. So we'll certainly remembering Josh Roy for all of his contributions. And just a footnote, his father, George, sat on this council was the local chiropractor and just a great guy, so I'm told. Last few things, ad hoc community center committee, the council, I think, is aware that ad hoc group held an open house last week to share some of the results with the public, receive additional feedback. I know they're digesting that information. They're on track to receive the final report in late June this year. And I'll work with council leadership. I presume the council would like to receive that report and a presentation from the committee and their consultants. So I'll be pleased to make that arrangement. Sedco and Karen Martin, I saw her come in, is being very helpful, as she always is, but particularly in arranging kind of the business community engagement process. We've got a number of key matters, two of which are on your agenda this evening. One involving very comprehensive upgrades to your landscape standards and also impact fees. We expect that the business community, particularly the development community, will be interested in both matters and want to make sure that we, one, make them aware and two, receive their input. And we'll certainly, we're pleased that this is coming to you tonight for first reading. So we're kind of at the front end of the process and there'll be ample time for their input to be received and perhaps considered. Just to hopefully avoid, explain some confusion last week, there was a so-called land bond survey that was circulated last week. Approximately 250 Scarborough residents were contacted, I believe by phone predominantly, but in some cases, I think by text message. This was a survey that was co-sponsored through our own Parks and Conservation Land Board and the Scarborough Land Trust in coordination with the Trust for Public Land, a national organization. The intent of the survey was to better understand, engage taxpayer and resident interest in the matter, and equally important, kind of appetite for how much they would likely support. Unfortunately, I think the survey was met with some confusion because it wasn't very well publicized in advance. For that, we apologize, but I assure you it was done certainly for the proper reasons to gather additional information. It's anticipated this council will consider whether or not to put such a question before the voters, and if so, what would the amount be? At this point, leadership is designated sometime in your July meeting, perhaps. We'll have a workshop and that matter for your consideration. Lastly, with respect to the reevaluation process, the assessor continues to work diligently. He remains on schedule. At this point, we are making final arrangements to prepare notices to every taxpayer, somewhat for ease, but really his work is done in kind of two pieces: residential taxpayers and non-residential. There'll be about a 2-week delay between the notices, but we'll focus on residential first. I expect the assessor will have a draft copy of that communication that he'll take to the communications committee meeting next week for your review and input. But at this point, we anticipate it to be fairly detailed. Certainly, we'll talk about changes in assessment first and foremost. And there's the opportunity to provide additional information in terms of specific tax impact on individual taxpayers. These are points of discussion and for which we'd love to get further input from the communications committee. And it's worth noting, this notice is going to every taxpayer, unlike all of our other communications, either through the leader or through our newsletter. I think we've got good exposure, but certainly it's not every taxpayer. So there's an opportunity that I want to make sure we capitalize on. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. Any questions for Tom on the manager's report? Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, one question. Tom, I was kind of curious on the issue of the Gorham connector. I understand that there is no expectation that we have to take any official action on that. Is that?
There's nothing scheduled at this time, but that's not to say this council couldn't choose to do so.
And if we did, what would that action take? Would it be a resolution, or what form would it take?
In the past, it's been what this council and other councils have considered is a joint resolution.
Thank you. Two other questions. One I had to do with with grants. It does seem that in the past, we've had great success with obtaining grants, particularly in the area of public safety. I remember when Robbie Moulton was head of public safety, he was quite adept at this. Isn't there a requirement for us to formally accept those, those grants and that type of funding? And isn't that something that, should have applied to the survey that was done?
If you don't mind, I believe that was an quote unquote in-kind grant. I think those were just, I don't think it was anything that was you accept. Is that incorrect?
No, I think at most, I believe, Chairman McGee signed a letter, requesting the support and assistance of the Trust for Public Land. That was the amount of it. But specifically to your question, yes, the council must accept grants before we spend any money. And case in point, the large grant for Sawyer Street was accepted by this council. With respect to the grant I just referred to, we are a sub-applicant. I'm not even sure if, I think we're mentioned on it, but we're not the fiduciary in handling those funds.
So I just want to make sure that we are extra careful to be certain that, we don't miss any opportunity to formally accept those. And if there are ones that are in question, I think it would be good for us to know exactly why they, what decision was made to treat it differently. And I don't think that's something that can be done without there being some public process. The final thing is, I don't really want to go too far on this one, but I know we've had good success with the 30/30 program. It's in the news a lot, and I mentioned several times I support it for a number of reasons, primarily as a bit of a curb on development. I remember though, when we said that we were launching the thing, we we're not sure exactly how we were going to measure that. So this is just and I'll save it for when Karen gets back, but I think it would be very helpful for us to try to be specific in terms of quantifying how we're going to measure it and exactly trying to scoreboard or measure, how are we doing? If we're already there or if we have a different way of measuring it, that's fine. But I think we ought to have a way of quantifying for the public, how well are we doing and how far are we toward the goal?
Just quickly on that point, fair point, and I think that conversation continues. I expect it will be some of the first ground they cover with the open space plan.
Thanks very much. And I also want to just say, kudos to Tom and staff and Andrew Mackey for their ability to attract funding. I mean, that helps us, as a community. And I think that we're lucky that people see us as a worthy recipient. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ham. Any other questions for Tom? Thank you, Tom. Next item on our agenda this evening is order number 24-033. It's a public hearing on the proposed FY 2025 municipal and school budget. Tom?
Not sure how to tee it up. We did spend 90 minutes. I guess quickly off the top, a lot of work is still underway with the Finance Committee. It appears as though there's an interest in certainly minimizing any impact to the taxpayers, recognizing some of the uniqueness of the revaluation and other factors affecting our taxpayers beyond our control. But nonetheless, I think the council appears to be, through its Finance Committee, appears to be keenly interested in doing what it can to minimize that impact. To that end, as I alluded to during my report, both the town and the school have been sent a fairly clear directive, and we'll be working over the next week or so to do our best to meet that target. Councilor Anderson, I'm not sure if you would add further.
Good luck.
Seems like that you teed it up quite well. Thank you. So this is a public hearing opportunity. So if you're actually here to talk about the budget this evening, now would be the time to approach the podium, and you're under a same rules as before, 3-minute time limit. And if you wanted to line up against the wall, if there's a lot of you, that kind of speeds things along as we get through this. Hey, nothing online, Liam? Oh, there we go. Mr. Pritchard, welcome back.
Good, Pritchard Maple Ave. Question I have about the budget. The conversation earlier, and I was glad to hear that fund balance would be last resort. But what other funding is being used to help reduce the cost? Is there TIFs money involved with wages or that sort of thing? If it is, what happens in future years? Eventually, those funds are gonna dry up and we're gonna have to pay the bill. How is that calculated? And how much TIF money, fund balance is used by the town and the schools? What percentage is that? Does it compound out year after year? So if it's 2% now, could be 10% in 5 years? I think that's the sort of information that we should know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. And I think those are good questions and fair questions. I want to ask that the finance chair maybe bring it up at their meeting for just a kind of a refresh on those items. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Ms. Bristol? Your 3 minutes starts now. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
I didn't see this was on the agenda. I would have saved my previous comments, but since I can add to it, I wanted to be clear when I was talking about number crunching also, and I'm glad to see that the folks from the Board of Education are still here. Also to understand that I think it's 25% of the population in Scarborough is 65 and older. And I also learned from Nick Cloutier that the cost to serve does not factor into taxes. However, I happen to live in the Higgins Beach neighborhood, and which strangely enough, years ago now, was an enclave for school teachers. I actually inherited my cottage from a school principal. And the neighborhood has changed a lot. The values have changed a lot. Some of that because of zoning. And that's something that we have to think about what we're doing to ourselves too. And the last time we had a reval, I'll just share this with you for your consideration, crunch some numbers. And I think this is totally unscientific, about 7% of the residential property taxes came from Higgins Beach. And we had 0.2% of the enrollment in school. So, and again, these are people that have worked all their lives to have their homes. And so I would just encourage you to do what you can to keep, your expenses down. Nobody says we don't want good public education. We do. I grew up with a mother who was single home earner, and we lived in the town that she taught in, and we had quality education. And so I'm all for good public schools, but I just think, think about the folks in town that have worked all their lives to have their home and are trying to stay in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol. Any other comments on the budget? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments. Our next order is order number 24-035. It's a public hearing and second reading on the proposed repeal replacement of Chapter 405A floodplain management ordinance as required to maintain standing in the National Flood Insurance Program and to recognize the areas of special flood hazard zones A, AE, and VE for the town of Scarborough, Cumberland, Maine, identified in the Federal Emergency Management Agency in a report entitled Flood Insurance Study, Cumberland County, Maine, dated June 2024, with accompanying flood insurance rate map dated June 2024 as amended. Ms. Spear, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is the public hearing for the FEMA floodplain map adoption. At your first reading, you all did request that when the public hearing was presented to the planning board, that they weigh in on the free board discussion. The planning board received a presentation from our zoning administrator, Mr. Brian Longstaff, and they did indeed give you a recommendation for increasing that to a 2-foot freeboard. The Conservation Commission also weighed in on that at their last meeting, and they recommended a 3-foot freeboard, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. We appreciate you doing that. We have opportunity for public comment on this item. If there's anyone here that wants to discuss the FEMA maps, please approach the podium. Liam, all clear online? Mr. Slavinsky, welcome.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening, council members. My name is Peter Slavinsky. I live at 3 Ironclad Road. I'm a current member and previous chair of the Conservation Commission, and for my day job, I'm a marine geologist with the Maine Geological Survey. I also serve on the Maine Climate Council's Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and the Council's Community Resilience Working Group. I'm co-author of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee's chapter on sea level rise and coastal storms, and I'm currently the lead author in this year's update to that report. In 2020, the Council adopted planning for 1.5 feet of sea level rise by 2050 and 4 feet by 2100. Back in 2012, I worked with the Southern Maine Planning and Development Commission and town staff to examine its existing floodplain management ordinance, which was established in 2007. Through that process, we developed background information and draft language, which recommended at that time adopting a minimum standard of 3 feet of freeboard above the effective FEMA 100-year base flood elevation. This was at a time when all the best science was pointing to about 2 feet of sea level rise by 2100, and understanding that floodplains rise with sea level rise. At that time, because the floodplain maps were only preliminary, it was decided to wait until the maps became effective. Little did we know that that would take 12 years to happen. The effective ordinance was last updated in 2007, and since then, Maine has experienced an unprecedented amount of sea level rise in just that 17-year period. All of the current science is pointing to Maine being on track to reaching 1.5 feet of sea level rise by 2050. For reference, just 1 foot will lead to a king tide reaching water levels of a 10-year storm, a 10-year storm reaching water levels of a current 100-year storm, and a 100-year event reaching the impacts of a 500-year storm. The winter storms of 2023 and January 2024 illustrated the vulnerabilities of many areas of our shorefront communities, with 15 to 20 feet of erosion and widespread flooding throughout many areas of Pine Point, Scarborough Beach, and Higgins Beach. If you look closely at the new flood maps, large portions of the town of Scarborough is vulnerable to both inland and coastal flooding. Given that our current flood maps are from 1985 and are just being updated now, it behooves the council to be proactive and forward-looking as it relates to establishing a floodplain management ordinance that realizes dynamic changes and maximizes protections for our new and redeveloped coastal infrastructure. Thus, I would highly recommend that the council adopt a floodplain management ordinance standard of 3 feet of freeboard above the base flood elevation to help add resilience to our coastal infrastructure from storms of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slavinsky. Any other public comments on the FEMA flood maps? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. All right, do we have a motion to adopt?
Second.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Counselor Ham.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that normally we'd expect something like this would come through ordinance, but I talked with Councilor Katarina about that, and it does seem like it makes sense, and I think Mr. Slavinsky did a good job of providing rationale for that. So the hits just keep on coming, I guess, with a sea level rise thing.
Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, I mean, I would support that what are they called, 3 foot, whatever. Freeboard, thank you. I think it makes sense moving forward, and we might as well be proactive now, as well as, working on making sure we are trying to slow down climate change, because it's very scary.
Thank you, Councilor Katarina. Councilor Cushion.
Well, as all of you know, I was opposed to raising the freeboard, mostly on the principle that we ought to allow people the freedom to be smart or not, and to read the science and to make their own choices. And I made the assumption that FEMA's 1 foot was probably based on some good science. gentleman who just testified has persuaded me that there may actually be some really good science that suggests that the FEMA standard is not high enough. So I'm going to exercise my privilege to change my mind on the matter. And yeah, that happens sometimes in my house. Usually it's not my privilege, though. So.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. I will just weigh in real quick and say, I actually was more convinced by your first original statement that you've now changed your mind on, which is I do believe that people should exercise their own judgment. I think it would be wise for anyone building within these floodplains to build to a higher degree. However, as we heard in the earlier workshops, if you go to put an addition on, you may end up forcing somebody to have 2 to 3 foot differential between their addition and their actual home, based on that. And that to me, I think could be problematic to some extent. And so I too will I'll go back to your original sentiments, Councilor Cushing, and I think people can decide for themselves what judgment they should be using here. So that's my 2 cents. Councilor Anderson.
Well, I don't know if I'm quite ready to go to 3 feet. I was prepared to offer a motion to go to 2 feet. To me, while I appreciate what Mr. Slavinsky said, I think it is kind of that compromise position between doing what's best for preparing for the worst, but also, you know, being thoughtful about the future too. And so my preference, and unless Councilor Scyther has something she wants to add, willing to make.
Well, we're going to discuss your amendment,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
Okay, so I would like to move to amend the main motion to require 2 feet above the base flood elevation as reflected in the red line version that I had sent the council a couple days ago.
Second?
I have a motion and a second discussion. Councilor Sather.
So we don't have our liaison to the planning board with us tonight. And so if it's okay, Autumn, I'm going to ask if you could just kind of give us a summary of the conversation that the planning board had in terms of what the consensus was or the level of discussion that they had, if you have that information available. And if you don't, that's okay.
Unfortunately, I was not at the planning board meeting. Brian may speak to it. I think that the memo accurately reflects the discussion. They did have some additional discussion about having different for freshwater and saltwater, and they ended up making recommendation to not differentiate between those two. Brian, is there anything that you might add for the discussion they had? I think that might be it.
No, I'd echo what Autumn said. I think the memo pretty much accurately described it. I would only offer that I think there's pros and cons to both sides of the discussion. I too seem to side on the idea that people, you know, most of them will come talk to me. So I'm kind of the guy that gives them the information, and I'd like to think that I'm pretty persuasive in allowing them to elevate to a higher standard voluntarily rather than to force them to do it. On the other hand, a lot of people make their decisions based on dollar amounts and other things. The example that you gave of additions to a home and so on and so forth. So there's pros and cons to both sides. I don't think anybody really knows where the sea level rise is going to take us and how fast. It's definitely there. 3 feet. My problem is we're already elevating the base flood by as much as 5 feet in some areas of town. So you've got a 5-foot elevation increase already, and now you're going to add 3 feet on that. Seems a little excessive to me. But then again, I'm probably not going to live long enough to see the effects of what Mr. Slavinsky's talking about.
Thank you,
Mr.
Brian.
Chair, I have a question for Mr. Longstaff.
No, I'm good.
You're all set, April?
Yeah. Brian, can people get a variance? Like say they've already got the major part of their house and for some reason they're putting an addition or something on, so they don't have that.
There are provisions in the floodplain ordinance. You can see them in your versions that you have in your packets. It's much the same as any other variance.
Right.
It's an exception, not the rule.
Right.
There's no guarantee that you're going to get it. You have the ability to apply.
Right.
Appeal, but there's no
Okay.
guarantee you're going to get it.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. What would you estimate, you know, let's say somebody's putting on a garage, the difference between the 1 foot and the 2 foot in terms of the cost to them? I mean, is it prohibitive or?
I don't think probably in the grand scheme of things today that it's necessarily prohibitive. Again, depends on your perspective and
Sure.
on what you've got for a budget, but it's not appreciably different.
And one other question, and that is that, let's assume that people go with the minimum standard and it's not enough and they take a beating. Is there anything at all that blows back on the rest of us? In other words, you understand what I'm saying is that, yeah, your house took the hit, it's your insurance rates, but it's happening in the entire area. So is there a broader public interest, I guess? Is what
Well,
I'm asking.
the town always has the right to file for a letter of map change or a map revision if they see a certain area of town that's getting inundated and that elevation isn't enough. Or actually, probably that would be a different if you weren't seeing so much flooding, but as far as blowback on us, no, as long as they're meeting the regulatory requirements, they're doing what they're required to do. Whether we set it at 1 foot, 2 foot, or 3 foot, as long as they're meeting those requirements and they get flooded, that's why they have flood insurance, hopefully. That's the blowback on us because we're ultimately funding the flood insurance program.
Right.
Counselor Hamel.
So just want to make sure I understand this, so that this freeboard requirement is for all new construction and all new buildings, right? And buildings that require additions, is that it? Or is it everybody who falls in a floodplain has to do
If you
this?
set the freeboard at 3 feet, all new construction in the floodplain, any substantial improvement or any substantial damage, substantial improvement and substantial damage is 50% of the cost of the market value of your house. So anybody making significant renovations would be subject to increasing the elevation of their lowest floor by 3 feet.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Or 2 as proposed.
Whatever the,
Yeah.
yeah. whatever.
Two is in the amendment proposed? Yes, yes. Any other questions for Brian or Autumn? I think, I'll just comment one more time. I think that was telling, which is if, let's just say somebody's house caught on fire, not to their liking, right? But 50% of it is burned. You are now you're forcing them to potentially add level up higher than they currently have their existing structure. So just to keep that in mind, you might be imposing an actual financial burden on these people for better, for their better or not. It might be over and above what you're expecting. So that'd be my only comment as to deviating from the current. Counselor Hamel.
When's the next floodplain update?
50 years.
We're not gonna have to worry about it, Don.
I'm not sure how old you are, but you're probably not going to see it.
I'm older than I.
I know I'm not going to see it.
Okay, no further discussion on that. We're gonna take a vote on the amendment. So we, all in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Show it as passed. So we're back to the main motion as amended with the 2 foot footboard. Any discussion on the motion as amended? Okay, I'm gonna call the vote. All in favor? I show that as unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda this evening is, oh yes, order number 24040. It's a public hearing and second reading on the proposed changes to chapter 1018, the Town of Scarborough Cannabis Establishment Licensing Ordinance. Liam.
Sure, just give some brief history. These recommended changes or proposed changes came through ordinance, 2 ordinance committee meetings and had first reading last council meeting. The intention behind these changes is to have more town official engagement and be more responsive to resident complaints of odor or essentially non-compliance under the licensing ordinance. So that was the intention. as well as look at what the consequences of noncompliance would look like. So very briefly, that's the intention behind it. I know that there's been a myriad of discussions leading up to this evening's meeting. I know you have some thoughts on it. With that, I think I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Liam. Appreciate it. And before I open up for public hearing on this, I think most of you heard me say it earlier, I do intend to offer a motion to table. But I do want to hear, you took the time to show up, so I want to hear what your thoughts are on this before we table this item. Or at least I motion to table the item. I will say this, that the reasoning I'm coming to tabling this is Counselor Seither and I, during a leadership meeting, I believe it was close to a 45-minute discussion / debate on some of it. And what became evidently clear during this was we haven't actually, as a full body, spent much time talking about the nuanced nature of some of these issues. What we've done is we've kicked these to ordinance at various times, and a small subset of us have had a chance to talk about it. A small subset of us have had a chance to talk with the community. And the reason I'm advocating for a tabling of this item this evening is so that we can actually schedule a workshop where we can actually have a full conversation. Because if two counselors can go back and forth for about 45 minutes, I can only imagine that what kind of damage we can do there. But I think we need to, I think what it really was indicative was a broader conversation amongst the full council. Trying to do it during a discussion period where we may see amendments posed becomes incredibly restrictive, incredibly complicated, very confusing at times. We're looking for the lawyer for, parliamentary procedure. For all those reasons, I figured a more informal discussion might benefit us before we proceed any further with an item like this. Does that make sense? So that's my reason. I am going to open this up right now to public comment. Same rules apply as earlier. We'd like you to spend 3 minutes, please. Be respectful that there's people waiting behind you to talk. We want to listen. And again, part of what we do here is trying to better understand what it is that you think we're getting wrong, or maybe an idea of how we can get it right. That helps. So with that, I'll open public comment. Thank you.
So first of all, I'm here on behalf of myself. I have no.
Could we get your name real quick again?
Investment, again, David Sowry, 39 Orchard Street, Scarborough, taxpayer, Army veteran, 399th Combat Support Hospital, combat lifesaver. This is my back. It's got a bunch of screws in it. I'm in pain. Last time I was up here, I cried because I had Cushing's, because nothing in my body heals. Except for cannabis, because all these beautiful people in this room who supply that. And so being up here as a patient and hearing this gentleman up here say, what are the consequences going to be for smell? The consequences are on the patients themselves. All right, the price is going to go up on something that is uninsured. I pay for this out of pocket. It's the only medicine that works for me. And all this minor complaints about smell are going to drive me broke and maybe kill me. So I just want you all to know that first. Thank you for complaining. And then I had a gentleman, I left last time because I was upset. I was crying. But I watched it on film afterwards, and it was a gentleman, I don't even know who it was, who tried teaching people about, he said, oh, representatively, I worked in a tunnel, combustion, exhaust, and tried to relate it to cannabis. It's not related at all. Again, I'm a consultant in the medical device pharmaceutical industry. I even brought my resume and all my certificates if any of you need to be educated in what you need to know about this topic. It's all right here. You can have whatever you want. And on one other end of it, from a military perspective, there's a stigma regarding cannabis, that's just, it's staying, it's staying. It's staying around. It's gotta end. All right? We're talking about freedom. All right? I can't tell you about the places I've been to in the military that stunk worse than cannabis due to poverty, due to lack of freedom, sanitation. You want to complain about cannabis, smell of cannabis? Here's a letter that my officer wrote for me. Because throughout my military career, I smoked cannabis.
Mr. Sari, just so you know, the light's going off. We'll give you one more minute.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant David Sire, soldier in my command, showed a positive test for the drug THC on 6, yada, yada, yada. As part of the mandate of Task Force Hellfire, I have counseled the soldier and discussed the options at this time. The requirements placed upon me is to recommend retention or separation of this soldier in making this decision. I realize this soldier's second time testing positive for THC. They stopped testing me after this. I have had this soldier in my unit for 6 years and observed him in the field environments. I have been impressed by his dedication, duty, loyalty, both to the Army, the unit, and the willingness to take on additional tasks. He is a willing and capable soldier in whom I place my trust. He has expressed to his command his desire to remain in the military. I am opting to retain the soldier. He has proven in many different ways and on many different occasions that he is a soldier worthy of our effort and energy. I want soldiers in my command who want to be here. As soldiers, we are taught fearlessly attack adversity, challenges, and obstacles. This soldier is willing to do this. In opting to retain him, we will show the same courage. So they chose to retain me. You know, you talk about simple laws, simple basic smells, town laws regarding cannabis. Let me tell you what I did for my country, and they kept me in, and I smoked marijuana and cannabis the whole time. Thank you again. I'll watch the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Sari.
Longtime listener, first time caller. My name's Anthony Romano. I live on Gilman Street in Portland, Maine.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
Yeah, I'm Anthony Romano. I'm a cultivator at Coastal Maine Cannabis, located in the beautiful Scarborough neighborhood of Pine Point. I would like to start by taking a moment to acknowledge the potential implicit bias present whenever cannabis is the topic of discussion. Every single person in this room grew up exposed to various forms and degrees of anti-cannabis propaganda. I know I've been exposed to plenty, but by the time I got to college, I was actually able to take courses specific to the pharmacology of cannabis, as well as its cultivation. Residents of Scarborough from all walks of life benefit from cannabis every single day, and it generates capital for the local economy. Let's not forget these positive aspects when talking about the impacts it has on our community. I'd like to thank Councilors Cushing and Anderson for recommending an amendment last meeting, which would remove the blanket punishment placed in the revised ordinance if a singular odor source cannot be determined. Blanket punishments are inherently unjust, and if the only way this ordinance can move forward is by including a blanket punishment, it is a flawed ordinance. They disincentivize cooperation. Why try to improve things if you can do everything right and still get in trouble for someone else's mistakes? I would also like to thank Councilors Seither, McGee, as well as Town Manager Thomas Hall and Town Assistant Manager Liam Gallagher for taking the time to come down to the warehouse recently and to get a better grip on the issue. Last session, a Scarborough resident proposed that all cannabis grows be moved into a singular industrial area. I had to laugh a little bit because that describes the grows down at Snow Canning Road to a T, a collective of independent cannabis businesses operating within a single industrial zone. Obviously, this hasn't been a good enough solution for some people because we are still here talking about it. I've worked at various cultivation sites within the building for almost 5 years now, and I've seen multiple business operators make changes to their air filtration and general practices in order to reduce our overall impact on the neighboring community. Nobody within the building wants to be a nuisance neighbor, and we have shown that with our actions. We want to do our jobs and go home like anybody else. We have risen to meet what is asked of us, and the odor has been mitigated. In 2023, there were 78 odor complaints. The 2020 census puts Scarborough's population at 22,135 residents. If we assume these were all unique individuals complaining, they would represent 0.352% of Scarborough's population. However, it's more likely multiple complaints are coming from the same source. Assuming each resident complained twice, we'd be talking about an issue that affects 39 people, or 0.176% of Scarborough's population. In reality, I feel this number is likely even lower because smelling cannabis twice a year is not a nuisance. Over 99% of the population has no problems with the cultivation odor, and if they did not report it via the town's odor complaint reporting tool. The odor mitigation requirements are the strongest across any town or industry in Maine, and they have been crafted painstakingly over the course of several years to appease less than 1% of the population. Councillor Shoup posed the question last session if other towns were grappling with this issue. I feel no other towns are grappling with this issue because they aren't trying to win over a small majority, which seemingly won't be happy until cultivation is outright eliminated. Thank you all very much for your
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Romano.
Mike Shannon, 10 Snow Canning Road. I think some of you are probably surprised that I said I'll be a little quick. I guess my first question, or two questions, it's a two-parter, is who, when? I think the workshop's a great idea and well long overdue. I think a few of us have suggested that all the way back to 2018. In terms of the when, there are a lot of licenses and a lot of spaces that are in question. So I would encourage you guys to do the when as soon as possible. I think we can all talk how long this has been going on. Let's get it done. The who, I definitely think at the very least, you guys need one industry member, maybe multiple. In my opinion, you guys have multiple locations that have come into question, at least one person from each location. Again, maybe more than one who can offer different perspective. I would nominate myself for that if you guys want. And then I think the other part that I just wanted to mention is more to make some of the public aware, the people that don't think this is solvable. Well, quite a few of you guys actually came down to our facility last week. I was in a little bit of a rush to go pick up my daughter, so I apologize if I don't remember exactly every face that was there. I know, McGee and Ms. Seither were there. I appreciate you guys coming through. We purposely left our facility in full operation that day. We had numerous pounds of flour, trim, everything. I asked them, did you smell anything outside in the hallways? Even when you entered my facility until they entered the proper room? The answer was no. The problem is solvable, like I've been saying from the beginning. Times are changing. This industry is 20 years in. Let's get it figured out once and for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon.
How you doing? Chris McNeil, 3 Commercial Road in Scarborough, representing Coastal Remedies. I was gonna make this comment, but thanks to the math whiz back here. I think that I have that number of employees in this industry at my facility of the math based on complaints. So that's just an interesting sort of number to consider. So couple things. I'm a retired teacher. So part of the issue that we're all talking about is the stigma that goes with cannabis, right? So you guys would have been happy to send me your children to teach for the past 20 years. You would have been ecstatic if I was their teacher, if I was their advisor. I smoke weed. I'm in this business. It helps me, it helps many people. The earlier gentleman, I could show you a number of emails. I guarantee everyone here could, a number of emails, a number of patients of ours that could tell you stories like that and beyond, right? So like the issue here is really the stigma. So the idea that we're talking about the odor of something like this is laughable a little bit. I do appreciate the idea to move this forward. I would also be a willing participant in that issue. I would also just recommend that we gotta get rid of this moratorium. It's costing myself a lot of money, like a real lot of money. Like I've got my life savings into this thing, and my business plan is being delayed, and like it's putting my company at risk right now because I can't move forward with my business plan. It's my life savings. I got 3 kids and a wife. It's my life savings. Like I can't reiterate that enough. So one thing in regards to the odors, I think part of the issue too is there's not enough public education from the public officials to the public. So when people are complaining about odor, if there's a conversation about it, rather than just sort of opening the floodgates to just complaints, I think that will go a long ways. I do appreciate the simplicity of this odor amendment or whatever it's called. That is nice, but just a couple simple questions. What actually is odor? How much odor needs to be present to violate an odor ordinance? How do you measure that odor? How are you going to source that odor when cannabis is legal to grow outside and legal to grow next to your house and your house and your house and my house? And we're outside in the air, in the atmosphere, smelling an odor. That is, it come from right there? Did it come from over there? Where did it come from? So those are just some of my questions. I think that's really it. Oh, and the last one, I got 20 seconds. I haven't heard any talk about the consequence for folks who are complaining. I've had 70-some complaints, hardly any are verified. Like if I wanted to shut down a business and I had nothing better to do, I would just call and call and call, and I would throw it against the wall until it's stuck. And what are the consequences of folks who are doing that? So thank you very much. I appreciate your efforts. Nothing bad to say. Let's just move forward.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. Ms. Bristol, welcome back.
Hello again. Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. I really have no skin in this game, except for the time that I've spent at several public meetings before Scarborough opted into cannabis licensing in 2020 with odor as my concern. Then for the time I spent serving on the marijuana working group in 2023. And here we are in 2024 and no further along in resolving odor issues for those Scarborough residents who have been impacted. First, I want to remind everyone, Scarborough didn't have to opt into any cannabis licensing when recreational use was approved statewide in 2016. In fact, Scarborough voted no. Paragraph 7 of the ordinance states, and I believe it has stated from the beginning, that a cannabis establishment and property owner are responsible for taking any and all measures necessary to ensure that the smell of cannabis shall not be detected beyond the property boundary. This is the covenant that the town has with its residents. It's not a value judgment. It's not stigma. It's not bias. It's the ordinance, period. All this new language appears to do is shift enforcement responsibility from the understaffed code enforcement office to the understaffed police department. I was also concerned with the last council meeting conversation, which seemed to shift the responsibility solely to each individual licensee, when the ordinance is clear that property owners must also be held responsible. To me, during our marijuana working group's discussions, Brian Longstaff he's still here. Brian Longstaff came up with the very best odor mitigation idea, which was to do a blower door test on the Snow Canning Road property. But after looking into it, reported back that it could be done, but then to mitigate based on findings would be cost prohibitive. So you're back to square one. And I say this with all due respect to the time and the enormous effort everybody from all sides of the issue have put into the debate to try to rectify the situation. The bottom line is residents have the right to enjoy the comfort and happiness of their own homes. And it's time for council to stop trying to do one more thing and take decisive action to resolve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol.
I wanted to go last. I go back clean up, but Derek Shirley's going behind me. My name's Jill Cohen. I'm a lawyer. The sole focus of my practice is representing cannabis small businesses. I emailed you yesterday my public comment for tonight so that you would have it in advance. And just a reminder that since I sent that email yesterday, the federal government has signaled that we are about to have a historic shift in cannabis policy with cannabis moving to Schedule 3. And since we had a little bit of applause, just because I know they're not all going to speak tonight, and since we are on the record, who's here on supporting the cannabis industry tonight? I personally am here tonight representing Coastal Maine Cannabis. You heard from one of their employees, and their owners are present tonight. They're at 10 Snow Canning Road. I also represent licensees on Commercial Road and on Washington Ave. So I represent a large number of licensees in Scarborough. My very first client was in Scarborough on Pleasant Hill Road. So I am always happy to be back here in front of the council or the ordinance committee talking about cannabis. I did not know that we would be kicking this back. Totally fine. So, but my comment really was largely in support of the new ordinance language. It took what was a 2-page convoluted, cumbersome ordinance and streamlined it down to 1 paragraph that referred back to your processes that you already have in place for dealing with good neighbor complaints. And I thought it was a great move on the part of the ordinance committee to really strip it down to its essence. While I generally support the ordinance, I raised 4 remaining areas of concern. So I do hope that when you go back to workshop it, that you're not going to scrap it, because to pick up on where Chris left off, we are under a moratorium. Businesses are hurting based on that moratorium, so time is of the essence. The 4 issues I raised, of the 4, 2 are what I described as drafting issues that I do think are easily corrected. I know you are well advised by your attorney, who I've dealt with quite a bit, and he would probably agree with 1 and 2. So 1 just asks that you amend Section 11, paragraph C. Violations of this ordinance shall be prosecuted in the same manner as other civil violations, to sort of tighten that up and refer to where your other civil violations are prosecuted. And that's in Section 4, Administration, Chapter 405 of your zoning ordinance. The second issue referred to a situation, you've chosen the word may as opposed to shall as far as giving a written notice of violation. The ordinance doesn't address what happens if the code enforcement officer or law enforcement officer in their discretion decides not to issue a written notice of violation. May I have 1 more minute?
Yes,
I'm blinking. Thanks. So I did feel that it would be important so that licensees know, or, an expectation is set and they know if a complaint has been resolved, that you close the loop on what happens if a notice is not issued. And then, of course, the big ticket items contained in 3 and 4 that have been referenced by others who have spoken tonight. The third point I raised was after the 5th violation within the license period. There is a great deal of concern around this 5 complaint limit, and I know Chris referenced it, others have referenced it. I can call in 5 complaints in 2 minutes. I can submit 5 complaints in a matter of minutes via the website. So I also referenced in my comments that we know scientifically that more odor is generated during specific times in the plant's life cycle during harvest. So it is reasonable to think that if a facility is having an issue, that you're going to get numerous complaints during a short amount of time. The council now is faced with a challenge of what do you do about that? And so what I recommended was that all complaints within a 21-day period count as 1 complaint. Of course, that time, you guys, if you choose to go this direction, you'll discuss what the appropriate time frame is. I chose 21 days because it would get a licensee through that harvest period, also give them time and give the town time to try to verify that complaint, to go out maybe multiple times during a time period where you're receiving a lot of complaints and attempt to verify. My understanding is there were attempts to verify complaints this week that were not able to be verified. So asking you to put some guardrails in place around those 5 violations. And then again, the 4th issue I raised is the continuing issue of what to do about a multi-licensee facility. I represent a number of people at Snow Canning. So this issue hits close to home for my client group. And, as you know, from my prior public comment, I support this ordinance. I support you involving law enforcement for additional resources. I do not agree that staffing should be an issue here because of the amount of license fees you collect and because of your opportunity to get reimbursed by the state through the Municipal Reimbursement Fund, through the Office of Cannabis Policy. So if staffing's an issue, I would ask the town to look at that because these are some of the highest license fees in the state, and that should be able to fund everything you need for enforcement. But in a multi-tenant situation, it's not appropriate to shift the burden to the landlord.
If you could wrap that up for us.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you so
Um,
much. I do appreciate your
So
comments.
much, and thank you for the extra time.
You know, last time I didn't give myself a really good introduction. So my name is Derek Shirley, People's Not Parties, which helps average people and small businesses navigate their state and local governments without picking a political party. I'm also I'm a town official in my town of Gray. I sat on the Maine Cannabis Coalition for 4 years that wrote and blocked state laws on the state level. And most proudly, I'm a cannabis felon for 4 ounces of cannabis. I'm going to start off with a quote here. I'm going to change the wording slightly. Any ordinance made by man that doesn't fit circumstances of reality will be violated. So what we're doing right now is making an ordinance that frankly doesn't fit the circumstances of reality. I know that sounds a little far out there, but in reality of the situation, cannabis has been going on for 20 plus years. We've been doing this longer than that. I literally have a felony for that. And now we're going to have to tell me I can't smell. Okay. So one thing I love about Scarborough in my time as the Cannabis Coalition, one of my first things I did in the, I think it was 29th session, is I protested right outside one of your state representatives' house here in Scarborough because they weren't signing with the caregivers for LD 1242. LD 1242 made the medical process a legislation process. So for me, Scarborough holds a special place in my heart because that's where it all kicked off. Because it's clearly, no disrespect, some of you guys are outdated on your cannabis laws for many years. Not even just now. Like I said, I kicked it off by literally standing outside a representative's house until they listened. Because that's how much this stuff means to me. Because at the end of the day, if we sit here right now and talk about this, there are 32,000 people still locked up in jail. And we're still crying about, I won't even say the name, but certain type of people claiming about smells. I mean, something's not right here. Let's be realistic. Did anyone know the life cycle of a plant here? Honest to goodness gracious. So the seedling stage is like 2 to 3 weeks, doesn't smell. The veg stage goes to 4 to 8 weeks if you like to over veg. That doesn't smell. So even when you go into flower, right now I have personal flowers at my house that are in week 6. They don't even smell that bad. I can't even smell them. So really a flowering stage will go from anywhere from 8 to, if you're a G, 12 weeks. You know what I mean? So my thing is we have to just understand the reality of their circumstances, like I said before. Cannabis is here. Even the DEA is going to Schedule 3, which I personally think is terrible. That's neither here nor there. But you guys really, if you do this workshop, you have to bring in a third party person. You can't just have Scarborough people. You actually have to have experts in this field to tell you what's up. Because clearly years have gone by and, we still have knuckleheads, no disrespect. But, that's all I have to say. I understand it might be an issue, but let's wake up. Let's realize it's here. It's a $500 million industry. And let's start treating it like it. Again, I'm Derek Shirley. I'm People's Not Parties. I'll answer any question as always. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Anyone want to follow that act? It's a tough one to follow, man. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Brandon Baisley. The Baisleys have been in Scarborough for several generations. I am a high-functioning autistic individual, and I rely on cannabis to help me manage my anxiety. Because of that, the Baisleys have always been a blue-collar working family. We don't make much money. I rely on Shan's Best Buds as they are a cheap and affordable way to get my medicine. Just as a comparison for Beach Boys over in South Portland, right on the Scarborough border, what I would pay at Shan's Best Buds will get me half the product for twice the price. So it's just really sad to see the town of Scarborough just kind of turn their backs on cannabis in this way. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come out. Welcome, Mr.
Robert
Paisley.
Paisley. Just would like to point out that the cannabis smell is an act of God. It's a smell that comes from plants. And I, from time to time, find it offensive. I have a neighbor that uses it also for medical. And, you know, yeah, okay, it stinks. So that's just a fact of life. But when I think about taking that away from my neighbor, is that fair? No, it's not fair. So, and then going back to the odors, the Scarborough Marsh on certain days of the year smells 10 times worse than any cannabis odor would ever smell. So I grew up in a farm, in the farming industry. And I got to tell you, there's nothing, cannabis doesn't even come close to smelling rotten corn or soybeans coming out of an auger pit that has been soaked in water for about a week. It turns nasty. However, on the other side, we have corn silage that is made sure that the oxygen can't get to it and it ferments, kind of goes through a decomposition. That comes out smelling like corn syrup and whiskey. So there's all these different smells. They're all acts of God, and you cannot regulate acts of God. It's just impossible. And, you know, the plants are going to stink. You know, you mow the lawn. Some people love the smell of that. Some people are offended by it. Mowing hay. Some people love the smell of hay when it's made. Some don't. So, you know, we're not trying to put ordinances in place and regulate all those smells. The only smell that is regulated is, and ironically, is called nutrient management in the farming industry. And that's where manure and waste will come into effect. The state highly regulates that to a degree. And there's a lot of safeguards put in place. The new cannabis bill that just got passed uses the word shall use those Department of Agriculture regulations for the smell. So the Department of Agriculture most likely will be taken over and helping regulate what these smells are and how to measure them and take care of that. It's called the best management practices for farming. And, you know, it's, does it eliminate all the smells? No. Does it eliminate most of them and properly manages that? Yes, it does. You know, it does a pretty good job. And, you know, there was a time not that long ago where hen manure used to get spread off the Broad Turn Road. And, you know, and that was well managed. It did generate complaints for a few days, but they went away quickly. And so here again, I would say trust the Department of Agriculture to help you guys manage that smell. And I don't think you have any choice now with that new cannabis law that went into effect and is in effect now. So I think you're going to have to use the Department of Agriculture standards on the cannabis odor. But that's something for the attorneys to determine. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paisley.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Welcome.
My name is Peter Langwith. I'm a cultivator at 10 Snow Canning Road. I just wanted to start off and thank you guys for coming down last week and actually putting some boots on the ground and seeing all the work that we have put in over the last few years and really raising our odor mitigation standards and trying to put in, you know, the best policies possible to help try and alleviate some of the pain that the neighbors have been experiencing. I think it was a lot of the counselors' view that we were doing a pretty good job. From what I heard, there wasn't any odor present that day while you guys were down there. I am in support of simplifying this ordinance and making it more coherent, sorry. But again, my main concern is with the blanket punishments. And I know a lot of you said you don't even morally agree with blanket punishments in situations. So I just kind of urge you to really consider that and think about what you're proposing when we have a lot of hardworking businesses who have done everything they can over the last 6 years to continually remain compliant and go above and beyond and following any standards that have been put in place. We look forward to continuing to do that and continuing to be here and operating in Scarborough for years to come. So thanks for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Langwith.
My name is Steve Pachuta, and I'm a cannabis cultivator at 10 Snow Canning Road. I agree that this topic needs more time and consideration. I also have a couple ideas to share. I'd like to request that all license holders are notified in real time when a complaint is submitted. I have not been notified of a single complaint against my business or in Pine Point in general, and I think being notified in real time would be helpful in remediating odor concerns. I also think a good place to start would be to substantiate 1 or 2 odor complaints, especially before putting rules in place that might be hard or impossible to enforce fairly. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing to work together on a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Pachuti. Any other comments? Anyone online? Liam? We only allow you to go once, unfortunately, but if you like, you can submit an email to us and I'd tell you we would gladly read it.
Well, I would just like to hand you my resume as promised.
Thank you very much. Any other comments this evening? I'm gonna close public comment. And I just want to say, I really actually very much appreciate the way everyone's handled themselves this evening. This is constructive discussion and that's where we need to keep this. So I do appreciate the tone, the thoughts. I wrote down a bunch of ideas that have been pitched, so very much appreciated. With that, I'm gonna make a motion to table this until the May
You need to
15th.
put it on the floor first, Nick.
I'm sorry.
That's
Thank
right.
you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I will make a motion to table this until the May 15th for a workshop. I'm sorry. I'm gonna rephrase that. Tom gave me side eye. I could catch it outside of my eye. I'm gonna make a motion to table this item until June 5th, with the intent of holding a May 15th workshop.
Second.
Any discussion? There's no
Can't be.
discussion on tables, right? All in favor? Sure, that's unanimous. Again, I appreciate it all this evening. Again, for anyone that wanted to write it down, May 15th workshop date, June 5th, it would be back on our council agenda. Okay. With that, I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess so we can freshen up. It's been about 2 hours, so.
Seems longer.
Hello, welcome back, everyone, and I appreciate you waiting as we took a brief recess there. Our next item on our agenda this evening is Proclamation 24-002, an act on the request to proclaim the month of May 2024 as Building Safety Month. This is the zoning administrator, Mr. Longstaff. If you wouldn't mind taking the podium.
Now we're getting silly.
I didn't have anything prepared, and I know you got a long agenda, so yeah, this is something that we've done occasionally. We haven't done it in a few years, and that's my fault because May creeps up on me and I forget to get it in front of you guys, but this is something that through the Maine Building Officials and Inspectors Association, which I'm a board member, we try to get as many communities to do this proclamation because we get extra goodies from ICC, like extra training days, which are valuable. $2,400 training day is a valuable resource. So the more of these proclamations we can gather, it's just a good idea, and it's a wonderful photo op for the chair of the board. And and it actually goes on the national website. So I appreciate any support that you're willing to do here.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So with that, I'll read the proclamation, which is, we are proclaiming May 2024 as Building Safety Month. Be it resolved by the Council of the Town of Scarborough, Maine, that the council assembled that whereas the town of Scarborough is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on safety, an essential role of our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life when disasters strike, and whereas the town of Scarborough is confident in the resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. Whereas these modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas the Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local code officials, who assure safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. And whereas Mission Possible, the theme for the Building Safety Month for 2024, Building Safety Month 2024 encourages us all to raise awareness about the building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas each year in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Scarborough Town Council does hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Building Safety Month. Throughout the town of Scarborough, Maine, we urge all citizens to join us as we participate in Building Safety Month activities. Signed and dated this first day of May 2024 on behalf of the Town Council and the Town Manager of Scarborough, Maine. That's a proclamation. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second?
A motion, second discussion. I think I'll speak on behalf of the entire council when I say, Brian, you are just one of many mentioned here that do what you do, and we really truly appreciate it. So, thank you. All right, all in favor? Sure, that's unanimous. Very much. You want to?
Get a picture.
Tom, you want to just do it? No, for
We don't have time for this.
Great. Like each other.
This is so he can get a free class.
$2,400 right there.
All right. Next item on this agenda is Proclamation 24-003, an act to request to proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Municipal Clerks Week. This is for Krista. The proclamation reads 24003, 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 5th through 11th, 2024. Be it resolved by the council of the town of Scarborough, Maine, in the town council assembled that whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides a professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk through the participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now therefore it be resolved that the town of Scarborough does hereby proclaim May 5th through 11th as 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week throughout the town of Scarborough, Maine, and further extended appreciation to our professional municipal clerks, Yolande Todi, as we affectionately know her, Justice Kristen Barth, Katie DeRoss, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Signed and dated this first day of May 2024 on behalf of the town council and the town manager of Scarborough, Maine. Do I have a motion to accept this?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? On behalf of everyone on this council, we thank you. Not an easy job. If you've ever stepped foot in the clerk's office, there's a lot going on. So with that, we say thank you and congratulations. All in favor? Opposed? So that's unanimous. Thank you. Tom, next item is order number 24-036, a second reading to adopt new chapter 1104B, the Town of Scarborough Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, CPACE, and authorize the town manager to enter into a participation agreement with Efficiency Maine on behalf of the town of Scarborough. And we have Jamie, would you like to, I know this is a second go on this, but if you had anything to add or discuss.
I've got nothing to add or discuss, so if you don't need to hear from me, I'm happy to go back down. So this is an effort that the Sustainability Committee has been working on since last fall. We had a presentation from Efficiency Maine, both at Sustainability Committee, twice at Ordinance Committee, and once here. So I believe this group should be pretty well versed in what CPACE is. It essentially allows commercial property owners to leverage or use their property as collateral and access special financing for energy efficiency projects.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Appreciate it. Is there a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second discussion. Seeing none, I'll just call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Show that it's 4-2. It passes. Thank you. We are on to new business. First reading as order number 24-041, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed amendments to chapter 405B site plan review. 4 performance designs, design standards, parking areas, pedestrian ways, space and alternative transportation, landscape buffering and green space, outdoor storage, appendix plant material list, and chapter 405B1 design standards for commercial districts. Welcome back, Ms. Spear.
Thank you. I do have a presentation if you'd like to see it, or I can go through it fairly quickly. I think that most of you have probably have seen this in some form or fashion through ordinance committee. The landscaping and screening is really part of our ordinance consolidation project that we've been doing for the last year and a half or so with the long range planning committee. We've gone through the lighting standards, and this is the next big section. It started out with Conservation Commission created a plant list that they recommended in April of last year. And the Long Range Planning Committee spent some time last summer, and then last fall, this went to Ordinance Committee and again in Ordinance Committee in February. We've also had ongoing professional input and dialogue with a group to get us to this point. So I feel pretty confident that we've fully vetted this draft ordinance. The ordinance I have in the presentation, if you can go, If you want to follow along, the easiest way I think is the color coded version. It sort of tells you, well, it doesn't sort of, it tells you where the words came from. The blue is our commercial design standards, which is the big document that will, a large portion will be repealed with this action. And then the green is all the new, and the purple exists in our site plan ordinance. This is a really just simple exhibit to show you what the different new design standards will require. So at 5 is your minimum landscape requirements. And the minimum landscape requirement is based on what type of use, and it correlates with the impervious cover that is permitted, and it's all 15%. So right now, we just require a 10 to 15% landscape required in your parking lot. And it's very arbitrary and it's a bit hard to administer. So this actually gives some hard numbers to it. You have a percentage of trees, a percentage of shrubs that are required overall. And you can get to that point through several different measures. The next slide, buffer yards for streetscape. We already require streetscape buffer yards, but this puts a tree at a rate of 1 per 30 feet. And so for this particular plan, you see that there's 7 trees required for the distance. The next one, residential adjacency. This is shoring up what would happen if you had residential zoning to a portion of your property. We do already have this defined. It's just really pointing you back to that section in our other ordinance. The next one, parking islands. This is defined. A parking island's required 1 per 15 spaces. And you also have to do requirements for the next for entryways. And so what's nice about this ordinance, it's not written so everything is standalone. It can all be counted as double. So if your entryway tree has a requirement for trees on either side, but those can also count towards your frontage trees, which also count towards your overall landscaping. So the next one shows you that there is also a vehicular use area. It's a 5-foot perimeter. The Long Range Planning Committee wanted 10 feet. And through further discussion, what's proposed now is a 5-foot perimeter around. And then finally, you can see foundation planting is required. And this is at a rate of 4 to 6, every 4 to 6 feet, a shrub. And so there's a little bit of flexibility, but and you can also substitute smaller trees for a certain amount of shrubs if your site requires that. And then finally, and I don't know if, so this particular site, as I mentioned, it had to do that 15% overall, a certain number of trees and a certain number of shrubs. When they went through the requirements on this site, there weren't enough large trees. And so they have to add the additional 3 to meet it. Most sites you'll find that going through the requirements, they'll meet the minimum easily. But since this is a smaller site, this would be a site that you would actually get a few additional trees. Then go on to the next. So the draft ordinance also includes clarity for screening, for service and mechanical requirements, outdoor storage. And then we included some landscape preservation and protection if you choose to do landscape protection and preservation of trees and existing species, how to do it and best practices for that, but it's not required. And then going on, site amenities are clarified in this. This includes your benches and things of that nature. There's a rate for bicycle facilities that's been included, and then snow storage. We've identified where that can be, and then if you have to do off-site, how that can be handled through the site plan process. And then going, the big one, the big bulk of it is the approved plant list. This is a list, and in the color-coded version, you can see all the different iterations where this came from conservation, the professional input, the long-range planning committee. And so I think this is a really good body of requiring native and North American species, but also giving the professionals some flexibility with what they put on the sites. We also included installation guarantee and maintenance. And this is a stipulation that the Long Range Planning Committee really wanted to make sure we have. And I tend to agree that this is a really good one, that all landscaping has to be installed within 6 months of the CO. Even since I've been here, I have several sites, they'll pay a performance guarantee for their landscape. So we're holding money for it, but they may never install the landscaping. And so this is just an additional requirement. It gives us some teeth to make them do that. The landscape plan is required. And there's a landscape table included so that everybody is very It's easy and it's understood. You fill out the table and it's an easy review, and it's an easy review for site plan, the planning board and staff, I think. And that we added some waivers that the planning board can, may consider. So that is the really quick, I've got what, 350 pages in your ordinance and 5-minute rundown on that. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Autumn. And just so you know, I do appreciate how much work has gone into this. I know you've been working since you got here from day one on cleanup, and it's a very daunting task to take on ordinances at such a detailed level. So I do appreciate all the hard work that you've put
Thank
into
you.
this. So we have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If there's anyone here that wants to speak on it, just approach the podium, please. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. And is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I'm going to motion in a second discussion. Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I want to just thank Autumn and all the committees for all the work on this. Like, it truly has been tons and tons and tons of staff time. And I remember when Nick and I were working on the growth management ordinance, and Autumn was in there with us, and she said something to the effect, and it wasn't exactly like this, but like, you love to come into things, break them and fix them. And it's like you've steadily, I think, with LD 2000, gosh, I
Three.
2003. And everything, like your approach and how you simplify, bring things together, make them easy to digest, make it purposeful, I think. It's just such a huge add to our town. So I really appreciate your leadership. And this is just another, example, I think, of all the great things you're doing with the committees to kind of advance our ordinances. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. I really enjoy it. It's sort of twisted, I know.
I know. Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
I just want to say that I'm grateful that you're twisted.
Any other counselor discussion comments? Yeah, Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I did notice that on the list of preferred species and acceptable alternative species, I noticed that cannabis was missing.
Yes, sir.
Any other counselor comments or discussion? Okay. With that, I'll say thank you. You throw me off my game, Mr. Hamel.
I have that tendency.
You did it. You did it. You figured it out. You cracked the code. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Next item tonight. Yes, I think we're all getting a little tired, right? It's we're going on 4 hours of this, so. We have the order number 24-043, act on the request from the police chief and community services director to accept a grant on behalf of the VIPs, which is.
No.
I did skip one. I'm sorry. I scrolled too far.
Really?
Order number 24-042, first reading and schedule a public hearing and a second reading to repeal in its entirety, chapter 415A Scarborough roadway impact fee ordinance, Dunstan Corner Capital Improvement District, repeal in its entirety 415B Scarborough roadway impact fee ordinance, Higas Parkway Route 1 Capital Improvement District, repeal in its entirety, chapter 410 Scarborough roadway impact fee ordinance, Payne Road area capital improvement districts, and replace with amended chapter 415 impact fee ordinance with effective date of July 1st, 2024. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is our impact fee ordinance, and there's a lot of repeal and replace in there. The bulk of this presentation will be Angela and the traffic impact fees, but I'll just give you the brief background. State statute allows us to impose impact fees for infrastructure needs and some improvements that we have in place. So the next slide. We began as a town imposing impact fees in the 90s. And so we have several that are on the books right now and that will be outdated or soon will be. And the next slide. This is what we have on right now. So we have chapter 415 and it has general provisions and then the school impact fee. And then we have chapter 415A, which is the Dunstan Corner roadway. 415B is Higas Parkway. And then we have Payne Road in chapter 410. So a lot of this is cleanup to combine all of these into one, because I like to clean things, and we've already established that, into one consistent ordinance, so we can save space and time by consolidating the things that are the same. But then there is a substantial also add to this. So we're also adding, if you go to the next slide, we are adding new recreation fees. So those are proposed to be added to this. And we are also repealing 3 of our existing Payne Road impact fees, keeping Area 5, and then adding 2 new roadway impact fees. And so the green is new and moved, if you will, and then red is the repeal. And so that is why so much of the document, there's so many different ordinances in the document. So if you go to the next one, this is the process that we have followed. We started out with a workshop before you all last October, and then we went to ordinance committee this March. We did have a SEDCO meeting. Karen was fantastic to host that for us on March 21st. And then the transportation committee reviewed with Angela on March 26th. We do have a community forum planned with SEDCO to even a greater reach on May 23rd, and we'll talk to them about the impact fees and then our environmental standards that we're also working on. So I'm just going to touch on the next slide, please. The recreation impact fees. And the methodology is in your packet, but it's basically, I worked with Karen and she did a similar approach for the school impact fee that earlier work was done on back in October. But we got to a point where we could get to, in 10 years, what we knew or could anticipate we have for building permits based on our rate of growth ordinance. And that turns into bedrooms and people. And so running it both ways, we get to $408 per bedroom or $415 per person. So what we're proposing is $400 per bedroom for the fee. The fee that we are trying to get to for cost is based on the Parks Master Plan that you all accepted last year. The Parks Master Plan includes a wide variety of projects, but they've been categorized into new, expansion, replacement, and maintenance. We cannot pay for maintenance with impact fees, but we can for the other 3. So the almost $11 million is what we are using as our 10-year basis to get us to that $400 per bedroom fee. What's proposed now is a not to exceed $1,600. So a 3-bedroom home would pay $1,200, 4-bedroom, $1,600, a 6-bedroom, $1,600. But a 1-bedroom apartment, $400. So you get that flat per bedroom fee. That's what's recommended at this time. And I can answer any questions that you might have about that one. And if not, I'm going to turn over the rest of it to Angela to talk about roadway impact fees.
Thank you. Councilor Hamel?
Quick question, just as a refresher, what do impact fees include in terms of, I mean, it's snow plowing roads? I mean, what does it cover?
No, the impact fees, state statute require you can use them for new projects that are based on the percentage of the population. You can't build a new park for your existing population, right? So the 20% is what's attributed to the new, and I went too fast. But the $11 million is what is the whole. And then with the new population for 10 years, you can gain back 20% of that. So it's for new improvements, replacement, but not maintenance.
But it's mainly road impact.
Well, this is recreation. This is a recreation impact
Oh,
fee.
okay.
So it's
Okay.
just
Thank you.
the items in the Parks Master Plan.
Okay.
So this is things like replacing bleachers, adding additional handicap spaces, things like that.
Thank you. I'm on page 347. So.
Councilor Anderson?
Can you explain the rationale for why you guys are recommending the waiver for these? It seems to be the only impact fee that we're having a component that allows somebody to request a waiver.
Oh, the waiver through council. And so this comes up. So a community, we've seen a few here actually, but you could have a development say Layton Farms, if Layton Farms comes in with 20 homes and they are also going to be building a community center and a pool for their residents, they could request a waiver because they are providing for recreation for their residents. That would be how you would look at that.
I guess I have questions before I get started. So traffic impact fees. There are two that, as Autumn said, we're looking at adding, and that is on Payne Road with the growth that we're projecting out and looking at again. As Autumn said, it's about new growth. We can't be collecting traffic impact fees for existing issues in town. It's more about the new growth, the new developments, and they're mitigating their impacts on the roadways. So one of the pinch points that we see coming in the near future is the Payne Road corridor. We have, as Autumn mentioned, a series of districts that we've been collecting. This is not a new concept to look at Payne Road. However, most of those improvements were done really towards the South Portland line. That's where you see the major development happening, and we've invested through that. So now we're looking at the next kind of hinge point, and that is along the corridor. And Payne again is right off exit 42. And then I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Nonsuch River crossing. As you go down Payne Road, it's very a narrowing effect right through that section. So with this, as Anna mentioned, we'd be looking at actually repealing districts 1 and 2 are in from the South Portland line to Gorham Road, really consist of the Payne Road corridor is District 1 and 2. And in 2023 is when Town Council approved the utilization of the fees that we had collected to go towards really a larger project. That's the Downs is facilitating, but we're a partner with DOT as well. And so that's the upgrade of all of those traffic signals between, it really goes beyond the South Portland line. They're doing it actually through the mall area as well. So they have part of that projects in South Portland. We're paying for a portion of those upgrades of that traffic signal with developer fees that are already collected. And so that's when we're looking at closing that out because we've collected the money to do the project. It's done. We kind of check that box and move on. District 3 is from Gorham Road to Muzzy. So as you moved south, and I'm sure a lot of you have tried to turn left out of Muzzy Road. It's not a good situation. It's only getting worse. It is a safety issue. That is something that's been identified for a full traffic signal there. And so again, that encompasses District 3 of Payne Road. And so again, with the monies that we've collected so far from developers who have paid their portion of the impacts to that intersection, we are putting that money towards the larger project, something that the town could not take on ourselves with just the money we've collected. So it's a partnership again with the Downs and DOT. So in that you will see in the FY25 proposed budget, that's what that is in there for CIPs under engineering.
Angela, when will that work actually occur?
It is scheduled for 2025. It's just that they might get started, potentially go out to bid in January. And so there could be some money that needs to flow before the end of the fiscal year. That's why it's in the 25 budget rather than pushing it out. It also gives us the opportunity to say, again, with this, the July 1 date kind of separates it and saying, okay, it's allocated for that specific project. And we can kind of check that box as well and kind of move on, which is what happened in District 4, which is the 8 Corners intersections. There was work done there, predates me, so I'm not quite sure what that was, but it was repealed in 2011. So again, that work was performed already from utilizing the money that was collected from the development fees to offset their impacts to the traffic in that area.
I think it might be helpful. Is the next slide that is the picture, it might be a little more helpful. So this just shows kind of that corridor and where we're looking at kind of the two impact fees, which really would include a traffic signal at Payne again, and a 4-lane section of road, just to get the capacity that is needed. The next section is really the biggest cost implication is replacing the Nonsuch River crossing. That's pretty significant undertaking. So there's a lot of cost associated with that, as well as continuing the 4-lane section. That is something I've heard a lot of feedback from residents as the Downs did their piece of the work. There's a lot of widening, then narrowing, and then widening it. Why are you keeping doing that? It's really about their impacts were around the intersections. So they were required to kind of widen out those intersections, but not necessarily the corridor itself. And so as you start looking out 10 years and the amount of capacity that road needs, the 4-lane section is going to be needed in that corridor. I will note on the end, in the green box is kind of just forward thinking, looking at the improvements that are going to be needed at Payne at Gorham Road. This is something that currently is not in our proposal. It's not in the existing impact fee coverage. It is something that the Downs was required as part of their traffic movement permit to provide a design and a cost estimate, which is really the first step for us to kind of take that information and try to develop a traffic impact fee from that in order to kind of break up each developer's kind of impact and paying their share of that kind of impact. So that will be coming not as part of this ordinance change, but I would predict in the next year, you'll probably see me again with a third, the corridor. Next slide.
I just want to take the moment, as Autumn mentioned earlier, that the recreation fee is based on the master plan, sound basis. In this instance, we have engineering designs and cost estimates, which is serves as the basis of the whole methodology. And then there's a factoring component as well.
And good segue to my methodology. So what state statute really kind of regulates how that can happen. And it's, again, the future growth. So looking at the corridor and we model it for traffic volumes for the existing capacity levels. And at this point, I know certain times of the day it is problematic, but in engineering speak, it's not at capacity at this point. What we do is calculate out then the rate of growth that DOT has that very set stipulation on percentage of that growth. And so we look out 10 years and you can rerun the model and see here's the additional trips that we're going to see on the Payne Road corridor. So it's very specific on the amount, the volume of traffic that will be added in the next 10 years. And to Tom's point, then we put that against the cost it would take to bring that road into a functioning corridor again. And so taking that, you can get a per trip cost. And so that estimate is based on some real planning and design work, which we have already done in that corridor. So next, the numbers. And it's kind of scary, so I'll start there. But looking out projected cost, and this is the Payne Ginn Road District, is really, like I mentioned, it's a traffic signal. It's 4-lane road section. Looking at that, that's just under $10 million. That is real numbers, real costs, looking out in a 10-year projection. So looking at that, a per trip fee, you end up with over $5,000 per trip. So there has been some conversations we've gone through with SEDCO and hearing from some developers. This is pretty significant number. And so we started looking at, you'll see in your packet, we started providing some kind of justification around partnership and our share of how we kind of look at this making sure that it's really targeting the new development that's coming to Scarborough and not some other factors. When you start talking about commuting through from, say, going from Saco to South Portland, or some other factors, other growth of existing businesses in town. So there's other factors that we need to look at to make sure that we're not overburdening the new growth, and making sure that equals out. And so I'll have more information, I think, in the couple slides to go through how I got to that 50%. But just moving forward, I just wanted to point out the big one obviously is the Nonsuch River crossing, as I mentioned earlier, which is almost $24 million. And again, these are real costs, real numbers that we would need to be kind of factoring into our long-term CIP, and how we partner with federal, state, and developers to get grants, to get any kind of programming through some of those agencies. I think it's really important to start looking at being able, and I think I've mentioned this in the ordinance committee, about trying to at least have collected enough money to be able to come with a proposal for the DOT or even federal highway, to say this is a significant project, but the town of Scarborough is committed to it, and we're kind of putting this large chunk towards it. And at this point, we found with our other projects or other impact fee districts, as you see, is we do collect a lot. I think the development community will say that we collect a lot in impact fees, but it's not enough to get to the finish line. It's not enough to actually do a whole project. So we have been very creative about moving some of these transportation projects through DOT, and they've been more responsive to us, I would say, as a community than others, because we usually come with money in hand. And I think that says a lot about the commitment that the town is to this project. So, and it gets us further in the conversation. Next slide. I was asked at the Transportation Committee, one of the comments was to look at some examples, just to put it in perspective. So I have 3 here, and I guess just to point out first, the figure on the left is the yellow bar is really the corridor of these 2 districts that we're adding. And then the 3 examples are the X's. And so there are 2 kind of closer to the Payne Road corridor. And starting with, these are real examples of projects that have recently gone through the planning board, and to look at, here's what they paid for impact fees. There is a hotel on Muzzy Road that's 120 units. Currently, under today's ordinance, their impact fees are just over 15,000. And then the proposed jumps to 92,000. And this is under the 50% kind of percentage that utilizing that. So the question is really looking at per units, how does that get affected? And I have it on, I think in the packet. I guess I should have put that on the slide. There was a per unit. Did I put that in there? Yes. So for the hotel, that would end up being a $731 per kind of unit. So I kind of, just to put it in perspective. The next one is the AR building is at the corner of Muzzy. That's a large apartment complex, the corner of Muzzy and Gorham Road. That's 126 housing units that are going in there, and currently they would be paying just over 53,000 under a current ordinance. That doubles. And so again, it's about, these are based on the traffic impact fees that were set, some in the 90s, in 2011. So it seems like a lot of money, but I'm just going to point out that really the cost of construction has changed dramatically. So you are going to see these kind of numbers. I'd also point out that if we did not have a traffic fee in place, these developers would be required to do the offsites themselves rather than writing a check. So for a size of the some of this development, like with AR Building, to have $100,000 of offsite improvements, say in Saco or Gorham or South Portland is not unusual. I would say a lot of times it would be quite significantly more. So this is a way of us saying last one in doesn't pay for all the sins of the past that have kind of led up to it. So I understand it's a little jarring to see these big jumps. Unfortunately, that's the cost of constructing is where we're at. The last one I put in because we had a specific conversation about the Route 1 corridor and Oak Hill area and that growth area, and looking at how this would be impacted. And so I did the example. I know we have a committee member that was interested. So I pulled out the apartment building in the Oak Hill Plaza, and their impact fees would actually be reduced because, again, we're pulling out some of the districts and replacing them with these two. So really, it's going to greatly impact those that are impacting Payne Road. And as you step away from that, the Route 1 corridor, and you'll see the less impact. It's really about those getting off exit 42 and heading north to the development community that's starting to expand in that area. Let's see. So it brings me to the next slide where we talk about how do I get to the reduction? Because at this point, what I have presented at SEDCO and at transportation have been the real raw number. It's again, the kind of the shocking number, I would say a little bit, but then having more conversations about how do you split that cost and kind of partnership and approach to it and how we get projects done. We talk about really the increase in that future volume can be attributed, as I mentioned, to other factors beyond this new development. So we started looking at that. They talk about how residents can benefit from the ease of, easing the capacity issues on these corridors. So there's some benefit to the existing residents in town in the existing development community. So I wanted to provide for you also an example of this partnership because I think we're unique that we have a recent example with the Downs and how we partnered with with development, state and local monies going towards some of these pretty monumental projects that we just couldn't tackle individually. DOT obviously is known about Muzzy at Payne for quite some time and the safety issues, but was not able to tackle it. I think the Nunsuch Crossing is one that I've had direct conversations with DOT because really they should be replacing that and widening it. There just are other priorities in the state, which I can appreciate. But again, they're willing to partner, but not willing to lead that just because of some of the costs. So what I provided here was some information that was in 2021, the Downs came to town council and did a workshop on their traffic impact fee, their traffic movement permit and what they were going to be doing for offsites. So what they provided at that time was showing that they would be approximately spending $14 million for all of the offsites. $3 million coming from the state, from DOT, and then the town's share with our impact fees that we had collected to date going to the $2.8 million. So that leaves that percentage on the Downs or the developer to pay at a 59% of the cost. And I guess I pointed out in the information I provided council is that I think 14 million is a very low number. That was what their original engineer's estimate. I think as they've gone into the project, well, with COVID delays on supplies, materials, and just the climate for construction costs, I think they're finding that that number is larger. So I think this is a very conservative number. I would say that I would think the Downs is paying a lot more than a 59% share, but it was something that information just to give you an idea of, again, if you're not paying a traffic impact fee, you're doing it on your own. You know, how would that work? How would that look like? You're gonna be spending money on offsite. So, thinking that in these terms, you're at 59%, it seemed reasonable to propose or give something for council to at least have a discussion around, is putting that at 50% as the new traffic impact fee number. So I would love to hear feedback as you discuss that, because really needing some direction on how we want to look at the approach, really, on how we're going to get projects done. And then we're on to next steps. So as it was alluded, we're doing another SEDCO, more of a larger business forum. You know, Karen is putting out a mailing list to some of the businesses for a May 23rd meeting. And then Autumn has laid out some options for council that would continue us on the path to put in our new impact fees before the July 1st date. That's what I got.
Quick
right.
question for you.
Thank you very much, Angela. Appreciate it. Councilor Ham.
Yeah, what's the rule of thumb? I see on this one slide here, I think it's 373 or whatever, it says, you know, state and local contribution was 50%, so that means we each had 25%, and then the new developments, expect the developer to pick up half. Is that, I mean, I remember when we talked about past TMPs, we were talking about ones, I think around Sawyer Road and that sort of thing. I recall there being roughly a third for all, a third for the state, it's third for us, third for the developer.
DOT has a business partnership initiative program, which is essentially, yes, a third, a third, a third. So a developer coming, they can go to the state and say, can we, and it's up to $1 million a year. So that's exactly the program that the Downs is using. However, because this is such a large project and over 5 years, they committed to 3 consecutive years to provide 1 million. So that's where we get to the 3. So I will say those partnerships, DOT initiates with the municipality. So we actually sign the agreement that says a project will get done. DOT does not care where the 2/3 comes from. So a lot of and as an example, Rock Row and Westbrook also has a business partnership initiative, and the developer pays the 2/3 and the state pays the 1/3. That's probably what you see more frequently. We have the ability to, with the development money collected for the impact fees, DOT would expect us to contribute towards that because we have collected that.
And in fact, DOT was really insistent that we put our money, in some cases, we've been saving for 30 years. We really need to put it into play. So they basically said, you need to put this toward the solution, shut those down. And here we are coming back with some new fee structures that really address, other pressing matters. If I could, I should also mention just last month, there was a US Supreme Court actually came down with a pretty important ruling on impact fees. We need to kind of digest it a bit further, but it just reinforced the fact that we need to have a sound rationale in support of the fee. And in that case, it was a traffic impact fee, and the courts, though they've remanded it back to lower courts to decide on what the fee should be, they really drove home the point that there's a 2-part test, and essentially that we can't use our permitting monopoly to exact private property without paying for it. So it's going to be, though we may try, we can't, we shouldn't. And 2, the fees must have a rough proportionality to the development's impact on land use. So I think the methodology that's being proposed, I think, is sound for any number of reasons, not the least of which to be very defensible if we're ever challenged.
Okay. Any other questions for Angela while she's at the podium? Thank you very much for the work you put into that. We have opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone here that would like to comment, please approach the podium.
Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road, Scarborough. I don't have much other than the widening Payne Road to 4 lanes. Should have been done before spending the money on the weaving in and out and the island that people drive over. On my way here tonight, I nearly got my clock cleaned when I was going north on Payne Road, and a truck wanted to get into one of the driveways. So he crossed right in front of me. And it's like, where are the cops? Then I know they spend a lot of time on Payne Road, but so widening it to 4 lanes would be good in general with the amount of traffic, and getting rid of that island that is more of a safety hazard than a help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. So we're on to discussion. Any thoughts? Yes, Councilor
Yeah.
Anderson.
No, I think this is great that we're finally making progress on impact fees. I think it's been something we've been talking about for at least the past 2 years, and I know it takes time to get there. And I think initially we were hyper focused on the school because of the school project, and then we had to pivot. So I think it's great to see the progress that's been made. My only thing that I'm going to grapple with as this goes through the process is, again, that waiver I asked the question about earlier for recreation. The way I see it, those projects are projects that no matter what additional amenities a developer may offer to their community, those residents are likely to still use what's in that Parks and Facilities master plan. And I feel like they should have to pay their fair share for having to use those facilities. So that's the one piece I would ask the counselors to think about as this goes through the process. And I'll be thinking about that too, of do we want people coming to the council asking for waivers and politicizing things like that? I personally would rather say, here's the fee, pay the fee, and, hopefully your residents or the people who come into your development will enjoy the amenities of our community. But again, just want to thank staff and everybody for their hard work. Interested to see the feedback from the business community in the SEDCO forum. I think that's going to be important just to understand.
To build on that I have a process question. Do we need to stipulate that second reading is not going to be at our next meeting on May 15th as this is written? It just says first reading.
Says schedule a public.
Schedule. I think
Yes.
that's generally what we do with everything. We don't necessarily.
Okay, it's just
schedule a
standard
date.
practice that we typically would have it at the next meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that
Not always.
we're still all good to push it out beyond
Yep.
some of the events that they have scheduled. Okay.
I just wanted to touch on, Councilor Anderson, just maybe recall Karen Martin and staff have done really all the basic foundational work on the school impact fee. We put it on hold, waiting for a new school project.
Yeah.
But the methodology is there and ready to come forward. The cleanup that's being done here will allow us to kind of very simply and easily drop that into this new format. And then, as Angela alluded to, we do anticipate additional traffic fees in the years to come as well.
Thanks. And then I guess I'll be a broken record on this subject, because I don't think people make the connection frequently enough. Traffic fees you see are significant, right? And those are developer costs and they're paying a lot into it. That factors in at your end user purchase price. And for a community that continually talks about having more affordable housing, more workforce housing options, you have to remember every time we slap more fees on, it makes it harder for these developers to even engage in some of that activity. And it also forces them to ask us for more other taxpayer funds to help support it. So I understand it. Without these impact fees, the overall tax burden to us is much greater. But let's also keep in mind that this hurts the ability for some of those developers to come forward and offer those housing options that a lot have expressed that we think we need more of in this community. So I'm gonna keep ringing that bell until it drives home, because I think it's important to make that connection. Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I agree with your point there. I think that there's likely to be sticker shock, but it's been a while for us to catch up, right? So I think it's kind of hard, it's a little bit unavoidable, right?
All right. With that, we'll call a vote. All in favor? Show that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Our next item on tonight's agenda is Order 24-043, an act on a request from the police chief and the Community Services Director to accept grants on behalf of VIPs, volunteers in public service, and community services in the amount of $2,500 each from the Scarborough Chamber of Commerce. That's fantastic. Tom, do you want to take this one?
I'm just coming back. I'm recalling back to earlier this evening, several hours ago at this point, to Councilor Hamel's point. On occasion, we do get grant opportunities. It is required that the council accept those. In this instance, these local Chamber of Commerce have identified both the police department and community services as recipients. And so the matter is in front of you for acceptance.
Thank you. Any opportunity for public comment here? If you have anything to add, let's approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second discussion. All in favor? I show that's unanimous. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the community services and the chief of police. Order number 24-044, act on the request to sign the warrants of the regular municipal and school budget validation referendum scheduled for Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 at the Scarborough High School Alumni Gym. Appoint the warden and warden clerk, set the hours for voter registration, and act on appointments of election clerks pursuant to Chapter 200, Article 8, Nominations and Elections, Title 21-A, subsection 503, and authorize the town clerk to make any additional appointments as necessary.
Pursuant to the town charter, the town council sets the date and time for each election. The purpose is for the June 11th, 2024 election to vote on the regular municipal and school budget validation referendum.
Thank you. We have an opportunity for public comment. Anyone here want to comment on this? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion?
I
All in
have-
favor? Oh, yes, Councilor Catarina.
I just have a quick question. When does absentee voting start?
May 13th.
Okay. Thank you.
Happened so fast, didn't it?
I know, it's like, what?
All right, all in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you very much. We're on to item number 9, non-action items. Are there any non-action items? No. Item 10, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. Does anyone have anything to report this evening?
I can go. Communications meets next Wednesday. We're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the reval communications that are going out. As Tom said, it'll give the committee an opportunity to review the language and touch base with Nick. And so I'm looking forward to doing that. We will also be working on our draft of our communications policy, which is an ongoing project for the communications committee. It's a goal that we set, so that work is ongoing. Chairman McGee, you are on tap for the May 15th Counselor Corner article. So I will touch base with you on that. And school building update, they continue to meet every Monday. The volunteers continue to be energetic and dedicated, so we appreciate their commitment to that project. We recently, this past Monday, we had our kind of idea palooza, and we let each member of the committee who wished to propose their idea based on the benchmarking that we've all been working on and doing to propose some alternate solutions to kind of dig into. And so that work continues with them as well.
Any other committee or liaison reports? Yes, Councilor Hamel.
I had 2 updates. One is the coastal waters and shellfish committees will be meeting on Tuesday. So we're regularly scheduled. And the other thing I was going to mention is that we have not rescheduled, we have not scheduled the next rules and policies meeting yet. Was supposed to take place next week, but it's a little short notice. We have kind of a long list. I think one of the things on there was the issue of perhaps revisiting the the amount of time for people to participate in public comment. Probably, not real appropriate for me to suggest this at the end of a, 6-hour meeting or whatever, but it is, it is something that I think will make the cut. And there are a couple of others. And I think there was, one other person who was interested in, addressing that. So, and I think that's about it. Yeah.
Thank you. Council member comments. Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, I just wanted to address, there was a gentleman in the audience who kept talking about LD 40 as far as cannabis. I did a little bit of work with that around Maine Municipal and Legislative Policy Committee, and then I double checked with the attorney who was sitting in the front row. There is nothing in LD 40. I'm not an attorney, so just so people will know, it has anything to do with agriculture taking over and telling us what we can and can't do about odor. So just so you'll know.
Thank you. Any other councilor comments this evening? No? No. I'll dive in real quick. Thank you. This was a hard night, I know, long one. I think we're all a little exhausted, but this is a really an encouraging group of counselors, an even more encouraging community to work with. We can get through this stuff, and I think hopefully tonight was evidence of that. So that's all I have to say for this evening. I know it's been a long one, and I thank you. I will take Jean Marie's motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you again. Have a good evening, everyone.